Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Dati mihi Anglican, please. Nervous looking. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Wonderful to be with you all today. Hope you're all doing fantastic. Let's see. We have a couple pieces to put into play. There we go. Rianne K. Rianne, congratulations. You're first in chat today. Rianne, I don't mean to ruin your day, Rianne, but I mean to ruin your day. I'm going to punish you for being first today and sentence you to internet ownership. You have to replace, reprogram everything IP related worldwide throughout the duration of this live stream until we go live again, probably after lunch. So good luck, good riddance. May the odds be ever in your favor. There we go. Thank you very much, Rianne, for that. Greener says, the reflection of my monitor shows that I may be shopping for a network switch. That's right here. I'm looking at Ubiquity, Greeners, if you have any recommendations. Here's what I need. Power over Ethernet. And, what I want is 2.5 gigabits per plug, or even 10 gig with power over Ethernet in a managed switch, so it does DHCP for all the devices. So if you can find one that's, not 4 digits in cost, that would be great. Treat yourself. There we go. He says, go ahead. He said it's okay. Okay. All right. Wonderful. It is, I'll just go ahead and put you on the approval for that. So thank you. We have a lot of things going on. First of all,
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day! Welcome to Wednesday. 1.5. That was a best effort. 2. I was upgraded to 2 on a revote. Oh, it is Wednesday. We made it halfway through the work week. Everyone's coming. Hang on. Two from number 2. Okay, that's 3 double thumbs up. And I woke people up. Apparently, there were some kids were sleeping that not voting out of protest because I woke them up. 9.5 says Selena K. Only one more day to a long weekend. Yeah. Easter weekend, long weekend. Hope you have some plans that involve doing something wonderful. Yeah, boo-boo babies. Yes, that's what they are. Headphone wearers just left the chat. Thank you, NPC number 1. It was a good, I won't say it was the best one ever, Ashley. It was a good one, but I could have pitched it a little higher and given it a little more oomph. But anyway, we'll take what we get. It is wonderful to be here. Hopefully we have a couple birthdays so we can sing too now that I'm all warmed up. That's my vocal exercise for the week. And then what we have going on today is Karen Reed trial. We have a jury seated. They have all their deliberating jurors and all their alternates. We also have a lot of work to go over, some things to decide in the trial, some motions, some arguments. Motions and lemonade is what we're doing today. Motions and lemonade. And then we'll be ready to kick off the trial itself, which will be happening on a Tuesday next week. And then we get Tuesday and Wednesday night next week, I'll be on with Josh from Courtroom Confidential. We'll be talking about how this new trial has kicked off, and especially if there are going to be some differences or what we're seeing differently in this new trial as we're moving forward. So that's going to be a lot of fun to hang out with him on the Wednesday Night Live over on Courtroom Confidential. And once again, shout out to them. They're amazing, and thank you for the invite. Mathis says, shouts like that inspired down in the corner. Mathis, it's good to have you here. I hope you're doing well, my friend. All right. It's taking forever. It seems like it's taken a long time. Because it is. But I think we're good. I think we're good to go. Oh, my water is all over here. Found it. I heard a buffer noise, which I should probably be paying attention to. Let's see. Breno and Jean Clark celebrating their birthday with us today. So if there's anybody else who needs a birthday, your lights aren't on. Thank you very much. I wish, Francis, that I could give you guys control of that. Ideally, there's a point where I will let you, if I ever upgrade my lights from the dirt cheap ones to ones that are actually Wi-Fi connected, I should be able to make it so that you can control the color of the lights. And that's a goal I have down the road, but it's not top on the list. It's way down below COG, exclamation point COG, if you know what that is. So we are going to sing to a couple people who have birthdays today. Thank you very much, Josh, for putting this together. Let's see. It would just be the lights. I mean, it's not like you're controlling the switcher or the focus or whether the live stream's up or down. It would just be the lights. And sometimes that would be useful, especially if I'm like engrossed in the video. I'm like, wow, watching this, and you guys can do like a quick strobe, like pay attention to something important's in chat. That it would be like a visual buffer that probably everyone else would get. So Adam and I could wreak havoc. You could, but you'd probably get tired of it. Yes, COG is not a thing yet. Big shout out to Amber. I don't know what she wants me to share today. Amber's got a very difficult day today, and was a very difficult day yesterday as well. But amid all the difficulty and that she's going through, she put together an amazing list of all the work that I need to do on the channel that I've promised and have not yet done. And it's a bigger list than I thought. So I guess I say thank you, Amber, for that. It is a big list. So Amber, thank you very much. I've got some things to do, some sound effects, some things to create. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. And thoughts are with you today, Amber. The birthday songs. I'm looking. Go back up. Josh had it for me already. Right there it is. I don't see any other birthdays coming in, which is okay. It's okay to just have 2 birthdays, but I just want to make sure. Yes, Amber gets to make the honey-do list. Okay, Adriella Hillis. What? Your daughter M's birthday. Just want to call her M? I can do that. We can add her to the list. Just if there's a name you'd like me to shout out or a nickname, we can do that. You don't have to sing to M. Oh, but we do. If she's a teenager today, we do. We're going to sing to Adriella Hillis' daughter, M. Let's do this. Everyone stand up. I'm going to add that in, by the way. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bruno, Jean Clark, and Adrielle Hillis' daughter M. Happy birthday to you. That was tough. I got lost where I was. Bruno, Jean Clark, Adrielle Hillis' daughter M. Happy 13th birthday, M. That is wonderful. Why is the music so loud? Why is the music? It is so loud in my ears. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating their birthday today. Happy, happy birthday. This is your special day. There are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Let us return some of that joy, that happiness back to you. Make your day a little more special or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, McDonald's, Waffle House, Andy's Grill, Tammy Dunlap's house, and Bob Evans. There we go. Happy, happy birthday. Adriela Hillis' daughter, M, especially. Let's see, Greener says Hump Day Yell, 10 out of 10. Birthday song, 1 out of 10. So 50% is not bad. It's not a C. As they say, C's get degrees. But it was a good effort. Sherry M. Sherry, I got your package. Thank you. So, thanks to two people. One is Sherry M. I'll let you decide which one. I have 3 bottles of, let's see, I think one's called Mama's Mild, one's called Mama's Favorite, and one's called Mama's Kickin'. I have 3 bottles of, and I forget, I think it's hot sauce. It might be barbecue sauce. I'm not sure. I have not tried it yet. But I have those 3. And then from another person, I have, and this is already installed in my bathroom upstairs, I have an automatic toothpaste dispenser. Is this the drum solo? Hang on. I almost missed the drum solo. I have an automatic toothpaste dispenser mounted on the wall in my bathroom, and I have trained my kids how to use it. Sherry M., I think you know which ones you sent. I'm excited for both. Here for the hearsay says, my great nephew Oliver is being born today. Does that qualify for the birthday song? He was so close. The word here, being born, it sounds like he's not quite here yet. Which means he might hold out, right? He might be like, watch this. I'm going for April 17th. I'm just gonna chill here for a bit. Here for the hearsay. Congratulations for a great nephew, Oliver, who probably will be born today. Happy birthday. Literally, birthday, Oliver. That's wonderful. All right. Where are we at? Does it dispense toothpaste when you aren't there? Yes. Here's the thing. This is a wall-mounted infrared sensor. I mean, it's all the tech. It's internal battery. You take your toothpaste tube and you screw it in the top. I should have filmed this before I installed it. You screw the toothpaste in on the top. And then you give it a little squeeze gently so you don't deform the toothpaste. So it looks, and it fills like this reservoir area, which then has a little squeezy action when you put your toothbrush. So it can tell when your toothbrush goes in, and it goes, and it applies the perfect amount of toothpaste right on your toothbrush. And I'm all for this. The one downside, which I learned, while I was installing it, was don't install it when it's turned on, because that sensor will detect your hands as you're holding it and will start applying toothpaste to where there is not a toothbrush. But luckily, there was a little cleaning tray, that's removable, that just slides out and you can clean it really easily if there is an unforeseen accident. And so I just grabbed that and pulled it out. But the act of pulling that out, once again, triggered the sensor, and it dispensed more toothpaste where there was, I learned I had to shut it off before I clean it, and then I turn it back on again. But other than that, I'm super excited. My kids are excited, and they're using it, which is even better. All right. Yes, if he's born this afternoon, let us celebrate so we can throw a party for him. That would be great. Kurt, I see you there. Welcome. Bring the jury. We are so close. We've got a couple motions. I think they're still filing them. It's crazy how many new documents are still dropping in the Karen Reed trial as we're waiting for everything to take shape. But very soon, this court will be underway for round 2. And interesting. I haven't followed all the details leading up to this very closely, but some things that I found different was it sounded like the judge asked all the jury questions. Was there a point where the lawyers got to ask their own questions of the jury, like freestyle questions, or is that just only off air? Let's see. Kurt, I don't know if I can say this. Good morning. Does anyone want to talk about watches? I'm currently lusting over a 42 millimeter Nomos Neomatic. It's too soon. It's for me, Kurt. It's too soon to talk about watches. We're still waiting for all the tax payments to go out. Like, I'm pretty sure my accountant did all the right work, but the money hasn't left the account, and so now I'm worried. I'm about to text her and be like, I don't want fees, because fees go to me. The money's been sitting there. She had all the paperwork, but let's see. Is that Nomos Neomatic? Is that a reference to a watch that Charles had in the Lori Vallow case? He had a lot of watches that sort of went missing. There was just junk left over. I think Chad got all of them. Look at Mod Chat. Let me take a quick peek. Mod Chat's something that I probably should check more often. But really, it's where the mods talk without me knowing about it. Let's see. I do see. There's a little fad going on right now, right? And Kimar, we have to give you props for this. Let me silence my phone so nothing happens while I do this. Let's go right here. Cut. Let's go to autofocus. I got in the mix thanks to Kimar, and apparently Mattel and I are potentially doing a little doll, one of these things, right? So let me get rid of that. So this is the new Me, available in stores soon, I think. But if you look really closely, down by his foot, there seems to be a cockroach included in the package, and I seem to be holding a can of Raid, and I may have a squishy cow. So people are adding things to the picture. Those were not original items. This is a special edition. It's got a bug. It's got the Raid. Yeah, I'm not sure if I approve. The bug definitely has to go. The bug has to go, Kim. We can't do that. All right. We're just in a holding pattern right now until that. That is not a real toy, by the way. I'm pretty sure Mattel can sue me at this point, just for alleging that they would make something so what's the word? So atrocious. Atrocious might be the right thing. Should be a goat instead of a squishy cow. But the cow, you need the cow. You need to have Moo Pock or Cash Cow. We're in a holding pattern while we wait for everything to kick off with Karen Reed. So we might have to watch briefly another little court. I don't know. We had so much fun watching Judge Dad yesterday. We've got him on 7, on 8. There he is. He's on 8.
I just want you to be aware, when I see somebody who's 20 or 21 with a 2.6,
0.26,
got a drinky. Doesn't make you a bad person. It does mean that you got to deal with this. I'm serious. I mean, when I see guys coming in with that, the odds of you coming back to in this court or another on a drunk driving are extremely high. This is like really high. I get it's just a 155, but if you stop drinking, I'm going to take it at your word. You stop drinking, it's 3:30, 7 hours earlier. You were about 2.6.
Wow.
So that's bad. I want him counsel. I don't think the rest of the butt press the panic button, but I need him on a sober lane because when I'm on sober, I don't do this on first offenses, but this scares the devil out of me. You're gonna be on a sober limit device by the end of the day, okay? I'm not sitting here degrading you or anything else. I'm just very, 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 very concerned. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
He seems nervous as well.
Have you seen proof of him attending AA once a week?
Your Honor, I do have a attendance sheet that has been signed
I don't need to see it. Just tell me how many times he's gone.
5 times. First one was on April 1st.
What is he doing right now? Is he going to school, working?
We do both, yes. Where I go to school at Eastern, I work in Hunger Hours in Brookfield.
You work where?
Hunger Hours in Brookfield.
Are you staying at Eastern Michigan?
No, I can't.
What are you studying?
Supply chain management.
Beer supply management. Is that what he said? Beer
I'm
supply.
not trying to punish you here.
Get out of the fraternity. That's not going to help you.
How much does it cost him to go to Michigan State to Eastern Michigan?
About, I believe, just over maybe 8,000 a year.
Plus books?
Plus books and gas to get there.
You're gonna spend $50,000 probably, right? By the time you get a four-year degree?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
So, right. Really don't. You caused me an accident. Lisa, give me a counsel. Listen, I would appreciate some help. We have a court to school program. Did you go to training?
Yes.
So I'm not gonna lie to you, it's gonna be more embarrassing. A court to school program coming up to Trenton High School. I'm gonna give him credit for any day of arrest. I'm sorry, I'm gonna give him another day's credit for showing there for either. I'm not saying he's going to jail. He's not going to jail. The court work program with community service. What day is that again? It's May what?
May 1st, Judge.
That's where he shows up at a
Can
high
you
school.
do that? Are you willing to do that? Be sentenced to Trenton High School? I'm not gonna force you.
And so what happens if I do that? Like does it give, like what,
I'm gonna sentence you, and I'm gonna give you a day's credit toward any jail, court work, or community service. You're not going to jail.
okay.
But I'll give you another day's credit for doing it.
What, that'd be May 1st, and what's that?
Please, Amy, what time does that start again?
The court to
I'm
school
sorry?
program is
9 a.m.
9 a.m., so I need you there by 8:30.
Okay.
Can we, is there any other dates available? I've got 4 matters scheduled for that morning.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I can give you another date. I just need people on the court to school program. That's all.
Yeah.
You don't have anything. Where do you gotta be? Where's the
They're all
earliest?
Zoom hearings. One at 8:30, one at 10, one at 10, one at 11. Zoom one.
Can you do your 8:30 and then do the court to school? I'll get you out of there first.
so the judge is in a bind here. The judge has a commitment to hold the court to school.
I did it. Okay, we'll give you another date. Give me another date, Amy. Probably on a Brownstown day.
Court to school is literally where they take court and go to school. So the judge shows up, he holds court at the school, and students
Judge,
watch and they learn about
We can
the system
do
with actual cases. And it's
May,
very
nope, that's May 7th at 8:30.
it's very
Is that good
educational.
with you?
It's very educational. And
If it's not, it's okay. with you.
Yeah, I've got a 9 o'clock settlement conference in Macomb.
Okay. Good to see you, Selfish.
It's just been crazy. Last few months.
What do you want? Can we do the 14th, Lisa? 80? Jeez.
Yep, we can do the 14th, or we can cross over on April 30th.
Whatever your choice, Nelson.
Yeah, 14th at oral argument in Michigan. Pickles. 30th.
it is a little bit of public humiliation. He said, I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be embarrassing. Because
Okay.
instead of...
Is May 8th available?
This is a case of possible restitution.
I'm going to mute him for a second.
Maybe.
While they work out their calendar, we're going to silence him for a bit. It is an actual court. It is just as binding. The effect, it's not like Judge Judy where it's like everyone gets paid by the TV station or something. I don't know if that's the case, Judge Judy. Don't sue me. But this is the judge. Judge McNally shows up in court with his robe, with his gavel, his clerk's there, the bailiff. They bring court to school. And instead of having a gallery open to the public, which there is, it's a gallery of high school students who are learning about the court system and able to watch, and might be working off citizenship issues themselves that they might get credit for by just going and attending. And if the judge can bring in someone that's close to their age, like this defendant is, who has made a stupid decision, ended up driving drunk. The judge says at one point he probably had a 0.26 in his blood alcohol content, based on when he says he stopped drinking and when he was caught and how it fades over time. This is impactful for the high school students to see, hey, yeah, that's not smart. And the benefit for the defendant is they get a little bonus worked off their time, whatever their sentence is, or an extra day's credit. So it's all good. But it's a cool program. I really like it.
Romero.
But the judge is sort of in a bias. He's got to be there at the school. He doesn't have any defendants to sentence. So he needs some people to do it.
19F2309998.
As soon as Karen Reed starts, we're going to jump to it.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So you have an expired plate.
Yes.
You have a drivewall suspended charge.
I don't recommend it.
You have a expired plate charge. You have a right to a lawyer. You also have failures to pay no insurance, $317 plus a clearance fee. You also have a driver with an unregistered vehicle charge for 2019.
It's a modern version of the stocks.
You also have from 2019 improper plate charge. I'm just going to give you a lawyer. You talk to the lawyer, and then either way you're coming back in front of him, okay?
Yes, sir.
You go right off the home. Thank you.
The trial officially.
Darnell Clark. Darnell Benjamin Clark.
The trial Judge, I'm trying to talk here. The trial for Karen starts officially on Tuesday with opening statements. We have some motions, pretrial motions, now that the jury's been picked.
Yeah, my client, motion stands for immediate left. Darnell Clark.
All right, so we can look at a home intoxicated charge. I think that's. Do you have the stipulated? Do you have the, John? Do you have the advice and rights form back?
Yes, Judge, it's not back. Take on.
I think you're just walking over here, weren't you?
No, I was. Wait, you put it.
Yeah. So, it looks like he's going to plead guilty to impaired driving. He's going to plead the improper lane use and OWI will be dismissed. What happened with the defective equipment?
It's a warning, Judge.
Oh, it is not. It's a civil infraction.
I thought on the ticket, I thought that it
checked waiving.
Okay. Judge, it's been fixed, so I can take that back to the prosecutor and get that.
You're going to do that.
No problem.
Okay. Yeah, sure can. So we can see. Paul Robert Lamole, 35.838, Your name?
Paul Lamole.
Hi, sir. Are you his dad? What's your name?
Paul Lamole.
So I'll let you stand there, but you can't really help him. I just want to be clear about that, okay? So you're charged with assault, and you also have disorderly conduct in an MILP. I'm going to get you a lawyer, and you're going to talk to the lawyer. And then Pardon?
I would like to talk to him later.
And then you're gonna come back and fund either way today, okay? So out in the hallway, he'll set you up with a lawyer, and you'll come back and fund you, okay? Thanks.
Dad's there supporting him. He says, I'm going to let you stand there for moral support, but you can't help him because you are not a lawyer. As much as you think. Dad's like, you sit your butt right there. Just kidding. No, get out of here. Dad's mad.
68680 and C.
Good morning, Judge. For checking my client stands my left. State your name once again, please.
Darnell Clark.
So he's gonna plead to operating while impaired. We're gonna dismiss the OWI. The improper lane use violation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do, Mr. Clark?
Yeah. Yes.
If you plead guilty to this charge, the possible penalties on the impaired are up to 300 fines, 93 days jail, 360 hours community service, but costs are all those 4 points, license suspension or revocation. In accordance with your record, your vehicle could be or might have to be immobilized depending upon your record. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Any questions before we go on?
No, Your Honor.
To the charge of operating while impaired, sir, how do you plead?
Guilty.
On February 8, 25, in the morning, were you operating a motor vehicle on Allen or Greenland and White?
Yes.
Drink alcohol prior to that, and what did you drink and how much?
Yes.
What'd you drink and how much? Yes.
About a couple of drinks.
What kind of drinks?
Hennessy.
Hennessy?
Where'd you have those drinks?
At the house.
All right, and that's in Detroit?
That's at my girlfriend's house. We stay like 3 minutes from here.
Okay. And was your ability to operate that motor vehicle impaired due to the consumption of the alcohol?
Yes.
He went away. Why would you pull those by the police?
They said I swerved.
Do you think you swerved?
Yes.
You think you swerved at least in part because of your alcohol consumption?
Yes.
And you took a breathalyzer at the police station, right?
Correct.
Do you stipulate that the results were .115?
At the scene and then .105 at the station. But yes, both over points that are away, Judge.
Are you on probation for the law right now, sir?
No.
Anybody who votes for should plead guilty or promise you should plead guilty?
No.
Please accept the charge of operating while impaired. The OWI is dismissed. I'm going to refer you for a screening and assessment. We'll give you a sentence date. You're going to go down the hall, get your sentence date. We're going to give it to you now verbally. Then you go down the hall, get that piece of paper, then over to probation, where you'll fill out a questionnaire and be interviewed, okay?
Thank you.
All right, what day are we going to do, Amy?
April 30th at 9:15.
Is that good?
Yes, it is, Judge.
April 30 at 9:15 a.m. Okay? Any questions, sir?
No.
I'm dismissing the defective equipment, dismissing the improper lane use, and dismissing the OWI, all pursuant to stipulation, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good day. Thanks. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
All right, lots of dismissal, dismiss. It's always 2 drinks, always 2 drinks. Nobody, I guess after 2 you can't count. I guess that's how it goes. But
Fields?
I went.
People against Scary? We're trying to.
Can I interrupt for a second? Judge, wait. Are you all set for Easter? Here's what we did. Normally, little insight into Mrs. R.A. and our lives. Normally, when Mrs. R.A. goes shopping, I love to go with her, first of all. I actually love, we're not talking like clothes shopping, because that's different, okay? I'm not saying I don't like to go clothes shopping with Mrs. R.A. I'm saying that is different than just grocery shopping. I love to go grocery shopping with Mrs. R.A. She makes a list of everything we will need for 2 weeks. And then it is my job, at least I see it as my job when we're shopping, to either hide things in the cart that she doesn't know about or convince her that there was something that should be on the list that wasn't. And so it's a little game we play. And basically, if we make it to the car with the item that I want, I win. When it's Easter time, she will be like, oh, but we need some Easter candy. And when that's like game on for me, because she has agreed that we need more than she had on the list. And that's when you just push. You just push. Anything that she might say yes to, you're like, yes, that's, I need that. That's the one I wanted. Oh, that'll be perfect. We can't go without that. Yesterday, Mrs. R.A. let me go to the store by myself for the purpose of buying Easter candy. I got Easter candy. I've got yogurt covered almonds. I didn't know that was Easter candy, but it was in the aisle, so I got it. I've got chocolate covered pretzels, the robin's eggs, the hard candy shell. We've got Reese's egg shape. We've got tons and tons. I also got 3 rotisserie chickens, because you always need rotisserie chickens, and I've got this enchilada thing I need to make. Did that. $157 later. Candy has been acquired for Easter. Blew the budget, but yes, we have candy. I'm ready for Easter. Thanks for asking. So Easter's going to be great. It's going to be great. All right. Go the day after. The problem is I go to Sam's Club and they sell out. Before Easter, like Friday, everything will be gone. They'll have, I don't know what's next. Halloween. They'll have Halloween candy out by now. So, yes, we are doing Lori Vallow enchiladas. I'm looking up I picked the chicken last night. The rotisserie chickens. Got the meat already. So that's in the fridge. I need to, hopefully we can build it tonight, because I don't want to let that sit more than a day. But yeah, I've got the seasoning. I've got the taco tortilla things. They're going to be good. I just don't know if I can live stream this. Do you like Peeps? I do, but I don't like eating a lot of them. I can eat a lot of marshmallows, but I can't eat a lot of Peeps, because eventually the visual of just stuffing my face with baby chickens catches up to me. I'm like, now they don't taste good anymore. Shannon, you are 100% correct. They're so good. I had to get 3 rotisserie chickens, because when I got the 2 for the enchilada recipe, my kids looked at me like, because they were with me. I had the 3 kids with me. They're like, we want one too. So we got the one for them as well. No dentist bill if you brush your teeth immediately after eating the candy. I think that's how it works. And now we have the toothpaste dispenser. Did you put the chicken in with the bleach-soaked body parts? No bleach. No bleach. When is the live stream cooking happening? I've been so busy working, I don't want to miss it. We don't have a podcast tomorrow. Plum awesome. Easter candy fun. Thank you very much. Thank you. The kids are happy. I also, because I'm not greedy, okay, I didn't just buy everything that I wanted. I also went out and got birdseed and squirrel food. Well, both the bags said birdseed, but I got the birdseed that looks like the squirrels would like it the most. So 25 pounds of bird food later. And then I see at Sam's Club they sell bird food that is perfect for both squirrels and birds. So I'll be buying mine there in the future. I'm thinking tomorrow evening we can do the enchilada, maybe, instead of the podcast. I'm still trying to perfect the recipe. All right, still waiting for Karen Reed to start. I don't know what time this is supposed to be kicking off. Does anyone else? I'm thinking maybe 10. We might have 20 minutes. That'll last a week. I used about a third of it in the yard already. 10 o'clock. Okay. We've got a little bit of time. The birdseed, though, I bought from my local hardware store, which I don't regret doing. They just didn't have the right selection that I wanted. So maybe I'll either have them order it for me, because I really like shopping local. I'd rather shop at this little store that, may charge me a few bucks extra, but you can't beat the service you get at a local hardware store. Family-owned business, just incredible. I didn't see the many faces of the judge, but I can imagine. Did you buy extra to account for all the test candy that will need to be consumed before Easter? Genjo, when I brought it all home, I kid you not, everything got opened. Everything. They are sampling all of it. I don't think we'll have any left over. There will be none left over for Easter. Kelly H. gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kelly. Congratulations, Rachel Thomas, for that. Have you asked Grok to evaluate your recipe? No, I have not. Nor am I going to use... I have the ability to cook. I don't do it often, but when I set my mind to it, I can do a pretty good job. I have to quit feeding the squirrels. They cost me $2,000 last year in car repairs, ate a gas line and the wiring harness. I would argue, Jackie, that maybe you didn't feed them enough and they were looking for other food. My goal, which so far has been accomplished, is to feed the squirrels so much that they get so fat that they cannot jump from the tree to my house and then nest in my roof. The fat squirrels can't jump. We all know that. That's like a scientific fact. And I am just enabling that. And they don't seem to mind. So they're willing participants. How does one use Grok? Grok is on the X app. So if you download X, or it's a standalone app as well on your phone. But it's the AI tool that goes with what used to be the media platform formerly known as Twitter. All right, 10, but they're always late. We've got just a couple minutes. Do you want to do a little court hopping, or should we talk a little bit about recipes? Because I've had a few people send me recipes, and I don't mean to be judgy. Okay, so don't take this as judging. I don't doubt for a second that the enchilada recipes that have been sent to me are delicious, nutritious, and taste like chicken. But I'm taking things up a notch. So when your recipe comes to me and you're like, this is the best, this is the secret recipe that wins all the state fairs, and it says 1 can of chicken, we're not doing the can of chicken. We are doing Sam's Club rotisserie chicken, and I'm going to be using the flat iron pepper flakes, the Hatch green chili pepper flakes, like from Hatch Valley, the best chili peppers in the world. We're using that. We're going the top of the creme de la creme with this. So the canned food is out. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make my own enchilada sauce, but we're not doing canned chili peppers. I can tell you that much. It's going to be good. Do you use ARCA for the science, or Trooper Paul about the squirrels? We used Mark Rober. Mark Rober was my science expert on the fat squirrels. All right, Easter eggs. Sam's Club was out of eggs. I think that's an Easter thing. Everyone's doing Easter eggs, but... All right, a couple more minutes. We should have at least a fan or a light or something in the courtroom that we can bring you. Standalone app is better. It saves your sessions. I always like to think that for some reason it forgets what I ask, because the next big thing in court cases is when your AI tool history is checked and brought into court. And it was like, what questions did you ask AI? And that'll be used against you in court. I'm hoping that it clears it and doesn't remember anything. I live 30 miles from Hatch. If it's chili season, I'd pick some for you. I've got the flat iron pepper flakes, which are amazing. True homemade. You would have baked your own chicken, but Chris, Sam's Club does it better. They just do. Or not using your garden for peppers for the recipe? No, but I do have a. It's a little early. It's a little early locally for peppers. That's my problem. I'm trying to find some that can be. Maybe we'll charter a plane and fly some in, from just to get the freshest peppers. Maybe what we'll do is we'll charter a plane and hire someone to dig up the pepper plant so they can fly in the whole plant so I can just pick it right before I cook with it. I'm willing to go to some level of extreme to make this the best recipe ever. I'm beating Lori Vallow. You will remember my green chili enchiladas. Mr. G, do you play video games on this setup? My kids do. My kids play Fortnite Lego on this. With this little device, with all little buttons. Lucky kids. No, most of it we shut off because they only need like one thing. I'll put see like the screen over there. I'll make it be all on one big screen. They'll sit there, but the computer back here runs everything. So you're making me want an enchilada. You'll want mine even more. My enchiladas bring all the people to the yard. I am making the green chili enchiladas. Yes, I am. Okay. I have fresh frozen fire roasted hatch chilies and flat iron chilies. Might try to make enchiladas soon. You sound like you have half the recipe. Now you just need to go to Sam's Club and get yourself some rotisserie chicken. Which has to be picked. Like you got to do the chicken picking when it's so hot that you burn your fingers. I can barely feel my fingertips because it was so hot when I picked it. But that's how you lock the flavor in, I think. Cream cheese or no? I have enough to do a couple recipes, and I do want to try a couple. So I might do a batch one way and a batch another. I mean, I've seen everything from people saying you need cream cheese and can of cream of chicken and all sorts. I've seen like the full mix, but we might do one with cream cheese. I have 3 greenhouses. I overwintered some. I do bring them to the yard. Yeah, please make enough for all of us. What about George Kelly's banana peanut butter and mayo? Ugh, no, I remember that trial, and that part was part I wanted to forget. I tell you, peanut butter and jelly? Guess who does peanut butter and jelly now? Reese's. Reese's peanut butter and jelly. I took a picture. I was going to show you on the podcast, which is not going to happen tomorrow, so I can show you now. Here we go. We'll put this in focus again. See this right here? Reese's peanut butter and jelly. Let me move this off the screen. You can get it in like grape and strawberry flavor. Not just that, but they now also do Reese's bark. Reese's bark. They're doing dipped animal crackers. Reese's is taking over the world. Pretty soon, you can go to a store and everything you need for your week for grocery shopping will be made by Reese's, which. You heard it here first. It's going to happen. All right. All right. Prefer M&Ms. We got M&Ms. We got with the all the Reese's candy. I think we got Skittles. We got and this is bulk package, like the 3/4 gallon size. Skittles, peanut butter M&Ms, I think, and maybe some of the pastel M&Ms, which is the Easter colors. Reese's, Coke, and Nike are going to take over the world. We do a homemade Reese's. The thing about a homemade Reese's, we make it in a cookie sheet that's made for industrial sized kitchens, and I eat way too much of that. I like Smarties that were always pastel. Jam versus jelly, discuss. I'm a jam man. Are we meeting at the post office to try the enchiladas, asking for friends? If I can get this recipe right, we might have to do a meetup and cook them. Maybe I could hire somebody to cater enchiladas for a meetup. I'm just envisioning this is probably a terrible idea, let alone just for liability reasons. But hiring a food service truck to cater a meetup and only serve green chili enchiladas and pickles. Are you going to give us a recipe? It's not done yet, Mindy. I'm not making someone else's recipe. This is probably the part I haven't talked about clearly enough. I'm coming up with the best ever, and no one has done this before. So it may have a secret ingredient, but it's going to be all me. Apple butter. I saw butterbeer popcorn at Sam's Club. Harry Potter Skinny Pop. Butterbeer popcorn. Haven't tried that. They also had the dill pickle balls as well. They had everything there. I'm going to keep it secret. It's going to be on my headstone when I die. The green chili enchilada recipe. I'm taking it to my grave. Yes. I did not get the pickle balls. My kids forbid me from buying anything dill related while I was there. Tomatillos are required. Ooh. Not sure. I think CrimeCon should have a green chili chicken. You got Mama of 3. Let me make one small correction. When you say green chicken together, it sounds really bad. But if you say green and then follow it immediately with chili, it doesn't sound as bad. So green chili chicken enchilada is what I think it needs to be. If it's green chicken, that's when the lawsuit starts and people die and food poisoning and all that. No green chicken. So, sorry, Mama of 3. Love the profile picture, by the way. Cute family. That's no fun. Now you'll have P.O. box full of pickleballs soon. Does that mean we have to send you some? I'm not sure if they're good. I love pickles. I really do. That's not. I've always liked pickles. From when I was a kid, I'd love to just stick my hand in the jar and grab a dill pickle and eat it. It's probably not the nicest thing to do to everyone else, but I've always loved pickles. Some of these combinations that I've been sent are not good. They're very dill flavored, but it's just not a good match. Like the jelly beans, don't do that. They're not good. They're not good. It's just sugar and dill flavoring. What the heck is a flufinator? A flufinator? Yeah, I know what a hyphenated flufinator is, but not a flufinator. Not familiar with that one. But Lori makes them, and they aren't good, and that's what she calls them. Don't change it. It's green chicken, period. Did she say green chicken chili? Did she honestly say that? That is terrible. Peanut butter with marshmallow fluff. Sounds delicious. We are just minutes away from court supposedly starting with the Karen Reed trial. But this will not be in front of the jury today. We just have some hearings the judge has to rule on. That noise you heard was my wife sliding today's laundry down the stairs in the basket, which is something we do every day. We have long wooden antique stairs, and they make a great slide for the laundry basket. And if you do it right and don't give it a push at the top, it doesn't slam into the grandfather clock I was gifted from my grandfather when he passed. So it's a nice little bowling thing we do every morning. You don't want to be at the bottom when the basket comes down, by the way. Kimberly says, I just realized I'll most likely have my baby before the Karen Reed trial is over. I'm due June 4th. You know what? We got, what else we bought? In addition, which I'm probably going to eat for lunch, we got chicken salad, which is rotisserie chicken. It's the rotisserie chicken Sam's Club does not sell at the end of the day, that they pick and they make into a chicken salad, and then they sell that for more money than the rotisserie chicken would have cost, plus whatever was added. And then we also got the croissants. So you do chicken salad on a croissant as a sandwich, and it's good stuff. Good stuff. Got that as well. That was part of the Easter candy trip. White chicken chili, yes, that is the right order for that one. Makes sense. All right. Clotted cream with cranberries. Lots of recipes floating around in chat. Let me get the focus right here. There we go. All right, what am I drinking this morning? I've got water. We also, you're reminding me of all the things we bought. We were in at Sam's Club. We also got those like sparkling ice drinks, flavored drinks. We got like black cherry, strawberry. I forget what the other flavors are, but they're not good. We got some of those. The kids requested those. Judy says, I'm getting hammered again today. The roof's going on. So as they install the roof above you, quite a bit of hammering involved. What are your expectations today for Karen Reed? I think they have to make some decisions about a couple witnesses, whether or not they're going to be allowed or not, or what they're going to be allowed to do. So this will sort of shape not the prosecution, but the defense portion of the trial. Most of these are defense motions that need to be answered. Jeannie, on an applesauce and Jell-O diet, says, you're killing me with all this food talk. Just had mouth surgery. See, Eileen, bouncing, it sounds like you drag it from step to step to step. We literally just push it down and let it slide. And because we have wooden steps, no carpet on them, they're just hardwood. They just whew, it's a straight way. You need a mini fridge in your studio. Sherry, I agree. I need a mini fridge. If nothing else, just for the water. What is the number below your on-air message? A couple things. Let's see. Is there a way I can show you that one? Let me see if I can do this. See if my output can be multi-view. It doesn't work. I'll have to rig it up to show you. But the number on air, that tells me that my streaming device, which is right here, this switcher with all the buttons, the row of buttons in the red in the corner, is connected to the internet, and it is live streaming to the internet. If that on air button, if that red light, which is sort of right there on the screen, if that on air goes off or flashes, it's buffering. That's bad. So flashing is bad. Right below on air is the number that shows how long we've been live. So that's currently 59 minutes and 54 seconds. And then down, the big number in white is the data rate in megabytes per second. And then the cache is the internal memory. If for some reason it buffers, it can store some video and catch up and then feed it back to it. You never want the cache to be going up. So. And then next to it where it says stop, that is if I connect a hard drive directly to the switcher and record the output locally myself, I can start the recorder there. So it's one of my favorite pieces of equipment is the switcher, and just because of what it can do. But they're not cheap, unfortunately. Nicole Wise says, you missed my anniversary chat. Oh, no, on Friday. I live in Fort Wayne where the TV was invented. There's a plaque and a sign at Philo's old house. Love you, RANE1. Nicole, I'm sorry I missed your anniversary chat. Let me go back and see where we have that. We've got a couple here. We got Mathis. Matilda says, good afternoon from the Netherlands. Thank you, Matilda. I'm sorry I missed these. Bugdugger says, I felt your pain with the whole toothpaste thing, so I had to get it for you. I'm glad you did like it. Bugdugger, thank you. It's amazing. We love it. Plum Awesome Poos for the Easter Candy Fund. Thank you very much. Kelly H. gifted a membership. Bugdugger gifted a membership. Bree, do it breezy, says, I can send Hatch Green Chilies from New Mexico. Oh, just let me know when you... Oh, man. Would they get here? Would they be good? How would we have to do that? And tell me how much it would cost. Screams with Sam says, happy 17 months. I'm obsessed with salt brine pickles at the moment, but I hate the sweet ones. So I'm sorry. Congratulations on 17 months, though. That is amazing. Nicole Wise, I missed the anniversary message on Friday. I do apologize for that. My apologies. I will try not to do that again. We are about to kick everything off. Pause and Campfires member for 7 months. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Hatch green chilies are good. They're the best. If you want a green chili, if you want the best flavor of a green chili, Hatch has it beat. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure if it's the climate. I'm not sure if it's the soil. I'm not sure if it's the sunshine. But Hatch Valley, they have it in spades. It is like the one place on earth perfectly situated and perfectly designed for growing green chili peppers. Amazing, amazing. Who has the best green chicken? Lori. Lori does. I'll give her that one. All right, when does this start? We are supposed to be starting right now, Amy. We are officially late. But they have been late many times before. I'm blaming the judge on that one. Beth, member for 13 months. Welcome to the gallery, Beth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You're over that year mark. On a scale of 1 to 10, how spicy are Hatch chilies? These are not burn your face. They're not melt your face peppers. They are flavorful with heat. So I would put it... I don't know, would I be wrong to say it's a 3? A 3 might be good. It's I've had jalapenos that are hotter, but correct me if someone else's scale. What do you think the Hatches fall on? Let's see. We got Red Ford milestone in here somewhere. Where is that? Red Ford, 12 months and 155 days sober. Red Ford, that is awesome. Congratulations on both counts, especially the second one. That is amazing. Thank you for sharing that with us. That is huge. Congratulations on 155 amazing sober days. I know they're not all easy days, but that's a wonderful, wonderful string. All right. It's 10:04. In honor of the Karen Reed hearing, I have sirens past my house, but I love the hospital. I live near the hospital, so not too special. We are counting, by the way. We are counting today. We have the siren counter. Let me get that ready. I think it's this one. Is that it? Yeah, sirens, which means we're counting two things. We're counting size, and we're counting woo, 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 woo sirens. So size and sirens are being counted. And we have on our counter so far from the hearings we've listened to, if I can find it here. Where is it to go? Window. Did I lose it? I thought we had like 8. Yeah, we've got 8. 8 on the tally counter, so let me get that positioned and ready. Let's see. Super source. Box 2 is 3. I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, it's ready. It's ready to go. G. Elkram, I don't get here much anymore, but I sure miss it. Life gets in the way sometimes. Love you all. 17 months. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Love that you're able to be here today. I realize that, life gets in the way. Life comes first. It really does. So do what's important first, and we'll be happy to have you here when you've got some time. So life's important. We have a fan. We have an only fan. Okay, box 4 is going to be, let's put that on 2. And then bring that in. Now I need to adjust everything. It's not working right. Let's get that a little smaller and move it over. So the fan is present. We are ready to start. I love that the fan is running. That way the judge can threaten to turn it off if people aren't good. Sirens incoming soon as well. This is impossible to set up on a tiny screen. Left and right. And now slide it down a tiny bit. There we go. There's our siren counter. Is it all straight? Is that like pixel perfect? I think the left needs to be chopped off a tiny bit on the black. Right there. Will you share your perfected enchilada recipe? I definitely will. I will. Yes, I will. I'll send it out in a sealed letter with the appropriate size super chat. And no, I'm just kidding. No, I'm going to share it with all of you. Yes, we are live. We are live here. Live. You missed the only fan. It is back. Ceiling looks like it may need a little repair. Are you seeing that? Couple cracks, like they might have some water damage. Maybe those are cobwebs. No, it's water damage, I think. They are starting at 10:30 now, pushing things out for another half hour. One issue that may be discussed today, thanks to Josh, is the Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan's plan to use comments from Reed's interviews to poke holes in her case and during the opening statements. Yes, I think the state filed a notice that they want to use some of her interviews that she's done, TV interviews, in their opening, basically saying this is what she said and we can prove that she's lying, that sort of thing. Or this is what she said and it's inconsistent. She said this one time and said this some other time. The state thinks that that will be effective in the open, and they want to use that. I can't see why the judge would not allow it, because it's a statement from the defendant and possibly against interest. I don't know what they're going to play. But in hearing Karen Reed, she was asked about this, I believe yesterday as she left the courtroom after they seated the jury. They said, what do you think about them playing this video? And she's like, I stand by what I said. I'm looking forward to it. I think we've got a great jury. They're great people. I think they're paying attention. They're in the right people in the right place, and let's do this. We're ready. So she doesn't seem worried, but we'll see what they want to play. 10:30 start time. We've got 20 minutes then. We've got some time to talk. That is such a nice fan. It is beautiful. The cops massively decorated the buffer zone in caution tape, and someone took red Solo cups and hung them from the caution tape in one area. Free evidence collection kits. Will we make a Cooking with RA episode? Yes, probably tomorrow night is my goal, if I can wing it. Can you explain who Turtle Boy is? Turtle Boy is a reporter who runs his own news outlet. He goes by the name Turtle Boy. He has a YouTube channel. He's been involved in this case since very early on, and arguably, you could say he is the reason why most of us know about this case. He was involved pretty early on, basically saying this is a setup, that she's being framed, and has been consistent in that, has been involved quite closely with the court. He's been there locally to trial for most days, and his involvement has prompted a response by the prosecution, has prompted charges where he's been accused of things such as witness tampering or jury, trying to reach the jury or something. He's been accused of a couple different things, and so now he has his own little hearings that have either taken place, I'm not sure if they're still going on, proceedings. And now, in this trial, he's now listed as one of the witnesses. And because his name starts with A, he is the first witness on the list. Every time the jury was read the list of witnesses, he's the first witness on the list. So that's who he is. He's extremely outspoken. He's adamant that Karen Reed is not guilty, and makes no apologies about that whatsoever, and has been, like him or love him or leave him, has been very effective at spreading awareness about this trial. So does that? Yeah, a lot of people don't like his style, and I personally think that some of what he's done doesn't help the entire court watching community. I think some of it could be hurtful for that. But if you believe in someone's innocence as much as he says he does, I can understand why he did what he did, even though I wouldn't recommend doing the same thing. Danny Austin gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Danny. Thank you. Looks like NPC1, you're gifted a membership. Lax Subtle, also. Gretchen, Cleverly Twisted, and Marianne. Congratulations. Thank you, Danny. It's very generous of you. You will, with him being called as a witness, there can only be 2 things. First of all, to my knowledge, Turtle Boy, Ayden, Adrian, I cannot remember his first name. It starts with an A, and I've lost it. He was not involved in any way in the trial or in the occurrences that happened at the time. He was not, at the location. He was not out drinking with all the people who went out drinking that night. He was not involved in the investigation. None of it. So when you call him as a witness in a trial where you're charged with something, where his only involvement may have come months and or years after the actual event, it seems silly. It seems suspicious. Because what would the relevance be of calling him to testify? What would he testify about? What would he have firsthand knowledge of? Unless the prosecution is going to look at possibly a conversation he had, maybe through text message with someone, where they think that this conversation might imply guilt or state guilt or something like that. That's the only way I can see him actually being called as a witness. Other than that, putting somebody on a witness list and then invoking the exclusion rule is a great way to keep somebody you don't like out of court. It's a dirty tactic, I think. It just keeps him away, so he's not allowed to watch or follow anything, because you're a witness. You can't listen to other witnesses. So, could be a dirty trick. Could be they have something that they think they can bring in as testimony. But I can tell you, if he takes the stand and prosecution is questioning him, they will have on their hands a hostile witness. He is not the type that will go down quietly, and it will be compelling video for sure if he takes the stand. So, do you think the judge will write the jury verdict form differently? I hope she does. Or I hope she explains it a little better. Keeps him from talking about the trial. He did a lot of digging. This is what I'll give Turtle Boy. He has done a ton of ground truth work on this case, a ton of it. Don't necessarily like all the style, all his methods, but he's done a ton, and we wouldn't be where we were without
Bolshevik Muppet.
Bolshevik Muppet, how are you doing?
Hey, sorry, you're going to get really tired of hearing from me. This is another area where I have fallen down a rabbit hole. Turtle Boy, Ayden Carney.
Yes.
It's spelled like it would be pronounced Kearney, but it's actually Carney.
Right.
One of the reasons why the state wants to call him potentially is because they are alleging that he coordinated with Karen Reed's defense team to intimidate witnesses. That was actually he was actually charged with that and is fighting those charges. But yeah, that's one of the things that
why would that be
they would want
included in this trial?
To show consciousness of guilt that Karen Reed knew that she actually did it and was trying to intimidate witnesses so that they wouldn't speak out against her.
I don't know.
Because of his reporting also, like he arguably knows the case better than her own defense team. He has done literally hundreds of articles about the whole thing and everything surrounding it. So
it's interesting. It's fascinating. I think I would like to see him still be able to report on this, even though I'm not a huge fan of the style of how he reports. I think it's a disservice at this point. So he can be very, very abrasive, and I get that. The thing is, though, that his reporting is spot on, he always has receipts for everything that he reports on. So like I get which is why he's so confident going into people say, we're going to sue for this, and he's like, bring it, because he's like I've got the receipts. It's interesting. Bolshevik Muppet. I would say, like I said before, this trial would not be what it is without him. But at the same time, I think it's a dirty trick to pull him in.
Right, and his attorneys, Federo and Bradel, they have filed a motion similar to the one for Gretchen Voss, as far as to have him excluded from the sequestration order. There was one, the one for Gretchen Voss was uncontested, so she, even though she is a reporter, will be able to sit in the courtroom. And I don't know if they've ruled on the one for Ayden yet.
That might be one of the issues they have to do before court starts. I mean, they've got to do it quick here. So
yeah, possibly. And the whole witness intimidation thing complicates that matter. During the last trial, he was actually there in the courtroom to report and was asked to leave because of some of the witnesses that were coming in to testify, and he couldn't be there while they were testifying
because of the pending litigation and everything else. There were some days he couldn't be there, so the days they weren't there, he could be there, and it was back and forth. But interesting. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Bolshevik Muppet, for the update. We're looking forward to. I know I would say he's a side story in this trial, but he is the biggest side story in this trial.
It's a side story that's pretty well tied in with the main story. So we'll see how this goes down. This one more way that this trial is going to be different from the first one. Definitely.
So we'll see. Well, I have my. I'm not sure if you can see this. I've got my Red Solo Cup shirt on in honor of today's hearing.
Nice.
So thank you, Melissa, for that, by the way. And we'll go on and see how this breaks down. We've got about 10 minutes before they start. So Bolshevik Muppet, thank you very much for the call.
Sure.
All right.
Happy to help.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Where can I get a Recovery Addict t-shirt and actually get the t-shirt? I ordered and never received. Where did you order and never receive? Did you go through Sticker Mule, or text me, Pause and Campfires, text me, because we can track all of that and we can get that fixed. Let's see. Burner phone. I'm not sure if Ayden would be allowed to watch online. If the exclusion rule is in effect, he can't watch any of the other testimony. Like he would be, and this is the problem, because he is a reporter, and he would be excluded from his job. So there's a financial hardship that's placed on him for 8 weeks. That's a problem. I don't think the court should do that lightly, especially considering the minimal importance he may be to the state's case. If the state says we need him, we can't prove our case without him, they have a very weak case. If they're just going to go, look, the best thing we have is consciousness of guilt because Karen Reed talked to Ayden Carney and may have wanted some sort of protesting done or something. That's not a strong case. All right. One second, I need to get my kids real quick. All right. Let's do be respectful in chat, please. That would be great. Let's see. What qualifies one to be a reporter? A desire, an interest, an ability. That is it. There is no legal. I've got a degree in what commonly is referred to as communications. So I learned about reporting. I've learned about writing news articles and how to, you don't bury the lead and everything else. I've learned all about that, and I've gone to school for it, but it's not required. You can be a reporter if you just have an interest in something and you report, you give your version or a version of what you observed. That's a reporter. Generally, reporters are encouraged to be fair, to give, if there's multiple angles of a story, to give both or present both. In actuality, they tend to be fairly biased, sometimes even in the stories they cover. But that's what it is. But you can be a reporter. There's no governing body. There are groups out there, the Society of Professional Journalists type stuff, that exist, that give awards and things like that. But there's nobody who decides whether or not you can be a reporter. All right, don't tell my boss I'm watching. Look at my briefs. I finally grew out my goatee to match the picture I sent to Courtroom Confidential the first time I was on their show. I sent them a picture with the full goatee here, and then showed up clean shaven. But now I finally match. So. Let's see, I'm a little behind. There's another side story, the federal investigation. I still don't understand why it's hidden from the jury. Well, the federal investigation now is closed. So there's that. Do you have media credentials? I do. You can make your own, though. a badge, media, press. You need a. This shows the company that I work for, Top Mark Media LLC. I do have a company that allows me to basically have a name on my application other than just myself as a citizen. But you can make your own media credentials, as every other media company in the world does. They make their own. I've worked for news channels before that we just laminate your own cards, and all you have to do is follow the rules with court, and you can be a media outlet that way. Love it. Art photographers are amazing. Are media credentials likened to SOBSET license plates? Yes. They carry just as much weight. All it is the thing that's most important with media credentials is filling out the application, giving them your information, and then having something that says, hey, I'm that person that talked to you before. That's it. So like when I go to courts, sometimes I have to fill out a media application. I'll say, this is who I am. This is what I do. Either I'm an online content creator, news outlet. Here's our website. Here's our, this is how many viewers we have. Some of them ask a ton of questions, like how many viewer hours did you get? How long have you been following this story? You just fill out the information and you tell the truth. And most places will approve you if they just get the information, can verify that you are what you say you do. So, I'm the little man in the corner on TikTok. Okay, we're getting close. 2 minutes away. They're going to call us to order. Did they put the defense lawyer on the witness list? No. The former juror. Jerry M., thank you very much. Appreciate the package. Can't wait to try them. They look delicious. The fan is called Ceiling Dion. Ceiling Dion. It's been called a couple things. Only Fan. Canton's Only Fan. Let's see, what do we have here? What's this one? I need to put stickers on my remotes. I've got 2 Apple remotes that look identical, but the charger ports are different. One is a Lightning and one is a USB-C. So I don't accidentally switch the wrong channel at the wrong time. Stickers are a great idea, or colored duct tape. Sandy Graham, member for 6 months. You got that yellow courthouse. Chat's a little spicy today, kind of divided. Hope they'll stay nice. We all have opinions. I do appreciate that. I will tell you that we are going to watch this, and I'll encourage you all to watch this as a new juror would, a new jury would. That's what we expect of the jury. We expect the jury to come in without preconceived notions, without a preset opinion about the case, and listen to the facts of the case as they're presented in this edition. Now, I still think it's entirely fair game to make jokes about leaf blowers and red Solo cups and evidence collection. That's going to be the same. But I'm not going to be hearing this case based on the evidence we heard in the first one. I want to hear it differently. I want to hear it this time as the jurors do the first time. So we'd ask you to be respectful that way, and respectful of everybody and their opinion on the trial. You're welcome to have an opinion. Just if you find somebody who has a different opinion, I mean, there might be somebody in here who says, I believe that she's 100% guilty. It couldn't have been anybody else. It must have been her. And somebody else comes in and said, it couldn't have happened. Like science doesn't. Clearly, your two opinions, one of you might be wrong. I think one of you would have to be wrong. But we don't have to fight about it here. We can enjoy watching the court and doing it in an environment where we're all friends, even if we disagree. And we'd ask you to do that. And don't make it hard on our mods. Don't make them have to time people out. That's no good. There looks like there is some sort of water damage on the ceiling or some cracking or something. But if it's an old building, look with a plaster ceiling. I know how that goes. I think I've been fairly consistent with my opinion about this case from the get-go. And I wouldn't put myself in either category. And I realize that's like riding the fence, but I will say that I don't think it's possible for the events in the first trial to have happened the way the state said they do. It doesn't add up. It's like telling me that 1 + 1 = 7, and I can't get there. And when I don't think it's possible, then I know in my head rationally there is something else that happened. And if there's something else that happened that's not that, there's a lot of other possibilities, then for me that would be a not guilty. That being said, the state might come forward with a different theory of how this happened, where the evidence fits more closely and might win me over in this trial. Not super expecting that to happen. It's not like they did a full new investigation. We have what we have, but it seemed to me that it was impossible for me to get to guilty based on what the state said they had, what the state said happened. So that's where I'm at. I'm not on the. It's not outside the realm of possibility for me to think that something happened that involved her car. But I can't get to guilty based on what the state said happened, just from a broken taillight. So anyway, I want to listen. I want to be, bite me, good luck counting the mosquitoes. No numbers today. I want to be open-minded and be willing to listen to evidence from both sides, from all the witnesses, so that I can weigh it as the jury does.
Call from Lego My Briefs.
Lego My Briefs, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I just wanted to chime in for a second, say I agree with you. I am looking forward to it with new eyes because both sides are now more polished or more corrupt, I'm not sure.
One of the two. It's going to be different.
But to me, in all honesty, even if she did it, I don't think it matters. I think, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Right. But what I'm saying is that even if she did do it, they have so much mismanagement of this case, I don't know how they can try her anyway.
Yeah, that
boggles my mind.
That alone, I'm not just saying the red Solo cups. That goes to the weight of the evidence, right? Can you really trust the evidence when it was been mishandled in the chain of custody?
Right.
That puts a big question mark on it for some of the evidence for me. But it looks like that this wasn't just like mistakes, but there might have been deliberate.
Right. And even if you let's pretend it wasn't deliberate. Let's pretend it wasn't. Mm-hmm. There are so many errors, like so many, not just the solo cups or the snow blowers or the missing footage, the flipped footage, the connection in the group chat, the people thinking they know Bev's cottage.
The butt
you know
dials.
What I mean? All of it. Like, I mean, the butt dials are...
The butt dials, the butt answers, the butt
God.
redial. Yes.
Tons of butts. Lots of muscular butts happening out there because, to me,
I can
no matter
barely do
what,
it with my fingers. I don't know how you guys are doing this.
Me too. I agree. But yeah, so even if she did it, whether she did or she didn't, I don't think she did it, but that's my opinion. But even if she did, I think there's so much stacked against the collection of evidence and that I don't understand why they're even in court. I just don't.
Yeah. Let me say this. The prosecution now, the prosecution and the defense has seen all the evidence. There's no, I don't think there's going to be any like smoking gun surprise comes out on the stand. Like, why have you never said this before type thing. I don't think we're going to get that here. The jury hasn't seen any of it, ideally.
No, hopefully, yeah.
And defense and prosecution sort of has to now play the role of actor for when this evidence comes in to be like, to help the jury understand what's important and be surprised when somebody says something that we've heard before.
Right.
And that's going to be fun to watch because
that will be.
we get to weigh, how did they act the first time? And when we heard this and the mic drop moment, like how many times you shot a cannon
Also,
and everything.
the setup, we know what's coming. So watching the setup, this is going to be fun. Yeah. I know you didn't want to really cover it the second time because it would be right?
There will be a lot of repetition, but I think it will be different.
It's going to be different for sure. And I mean, we know so much. I think looking at it from this perspective will be way more entertaining. Do you know what I mean?
I hope so. But at the same time, I hope justice is done. Sure. And I have a hard time. I mean, I'm going to listen to the evidence again from the beginning all the way through. But I have a hard time seeing a conviction in a case where there appears to be corruption. I'm going to say appears to be corruption.
Yeah.
So,
especially the way it was, decided in the end, nobody questioned, and the jury being really upset about it. Anyways, can't wait. Super glad to tune in today and see that you're covering it. and I'm back. Did you miss me?
We did. It wasn't the same without you here. Thank you.
All right. Well, enjoy your day.
You too. We'll see you.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye. I do want to see justice. And so I have to be completely transparent and say that in analyzing my position, I am open to reaching a point where I'm okay with a conviction. That is a possibility I have to be open to. I think that's the only way I can approach this and look at that. But as we start, as always, as we start with every trial, the defendant is cloaked in that, is shrouded in the cloak of innocence, and that remains unless she's proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. All right, as mentioned in the first trial out, we can talk about it, but obviously there believe it or not, there are going to be some people who are watching this trial who did not watch the first one, and so telling everybody what's coming up, let's not do that. But as we watch and we get one witness and we're like, oh, that's interesting. We can compare and contrast the testimony, or even their appearance on the stand, whether they're nervous this time or nervous last time, or how they did on direct questioning. We can compare those. I think that's fair. The jury won't get that benefit. So as far as our decision-making process, we're going to try to limit our decisions or the view of the evidence based on what comes in this time. And it will be different. I think there will be witnesses who gave great testimony for either side last time that just based on wording, just don't deliver the same product this time. And we probably will have a little bit of the other side where witnesses who were like, might give something that's like, wow, that was actually impactful now more than the first time. So that's going to be fun for me to see. Thank you, Amber, for the DM. Let me see what that says. Ray, that is exciting. First time text from you. Got accepted into a school nearby. From the sounds I'm hearing from the other room, I think they're going to be building in the room next to me throughout today. So you guys one of you gets a new roof. I get a new bathroom during today. Amber, Big Mike, I'm not sure what's happening there. Can you try another browser? Sorry, I'm trying to answer everyone's questions here. Amber. Oh, we've got a Easter candy shopping alone song from Mathis. Is this good, Amber? Have you listened to this yet? Is it good? Can you give me a thumbs up? We are counting Judge Beverly's sighs as well as the sirens outside the court. The definition of corruption based on is specifically Proctor, and okay, corruption. I'm not talking conspiracy corruption. I'm talking about bad police work, bad actors doing police work, corruption, drinking on the job, losing your gun and badge or whatever in somebody else's car, texting about nudes on a suspect's phone, things like that. That's what I'm saying, corruption. I'm not saying that we have a grand conspiracy led by Judge Cannoni, that all the old guard will be protected. I'm not on board with that. But the little things are corruption. Okay, I'm going to give this a try, Mathis. I'm going to give it a listen. Mathis wrote a song called Easter Candy Shopping Alone, and it looks like the judge is going to be late, so we're going to try to play it here. Okay, here we go. It's called Rock on the Docket. Oh, that's him. Easter Candy Shopping Alone. Here we go.
She sent me out with no list in my hand, just a simple task, easy to understand. Easter eggs and chocolates, a sweet little dream, but I wandered through aisles, caught up in the gleam. Yogurt-covered almonds, what a strange little sight. Chocolate-covered pretzels, what a time to be alive. Reese's in the shape of eggs, a sugary delight. I might not get away, but I do what feels right.
Easter comes once a year, so I'm going ham.
From jelly beans to gummies, my heart skips a beat. Caught up in the moment, I'm lost in the sweet. A glimmer of chocolate, it's calling my name. This trip to the store, oh, it won't be the same. These aisles of temptation, I can't seem to resist. It started with candy, now it's a sugary twist. Each item a treasure, oh, what a wild ride. Heading home with laughter, with my heart open wide. Candy has been acquired, it's a sugar-fueled spree. Filling up my cart, oh, there's so much for me. I got 3 kids to feed, so this can't be the end. 3 rotisserie chickens and 1 is for them. So as you can see, I'm a generous man. Easter comes once a year, so I'm going ham. so stern and the treats stacked so high. Candy has been acquired, you know that is no lie. Next I'll make the world's greatest enchiladas.
Little teaser for the next song there. Next, I'll make the world's greatest enchiladas. You thought it was over. Round 2 coming up. Mathis once again delivers the goods when it comes to AI-generated songs.
So here's to the candy and the journey I made. A simple errand turned into a sweet crusade. With the missus so stern and the treats stacked so high. Candy has been acquired, you know that is no lie.
No lie, no lie. Candy has been acquired.
Next, I'll make the world's greatest enchiladas.
All right. Thank you very much, Mathis, for that one. Once again, a complete banger of a hit. Oh, impressive. Please make it stop. It just keeps going and going. All right, we are about to begin court any second now. Now that we've converted my shopping trip for candy into a number one hit single. On that note, I think I'm ready. I don't think we did 2 songs in a row. That would be too much. Maybe in the afternoon stream we might do the other one. We do. If you need to hear a song, we can send you the link where all of our songs are available. I don't know if I can add that to my list. Mathis, I don't know how to add your songs to it, but I think I wanted to fill 4 minutes. It's going for airtime is what I wanted. Might need to make a radio edit. Let's see, it reminds me of the year my daughter said she wanted a Barbie cake last minute, so I shoved a real Barbie in the middle of it. Hey, that's a thing. That is a thing. I mean, they do actually make Barbies that are just like cake topper Barbies, which is like a little rod that goes like in where the legs are. But you can just use Barbie legs. I've seen that done. Download it and upload it on your own. I don't know how to do that. That's next level stuff. There's a playlist of the songs we've made. Good stuff there. Mrs. R.A. is explaining to our kids in the room next door through the very non-soundproof door how to build the bathroom. I think I might need to tell them how to do this. The two here we go. The 2 college students who just completed school are why do I have that going? Okay, they're the ones doing this. Hang on a second. Got a weird doubling thing going on at the bottom of the screen I need to fix. Still waiting for audio. Nobody has audio yet. Just check the other ones. It's gonna come bursting in here, hot and heavy here in just a minute. But thank you, Amber, for this list that has Mathis's songs as well. I don't see any audio. Like, no one has audio. Law and Crime doesn't have audio. Court TV doesn't have audio.
I'm not a cat.
Bad lip reading, go.
Bad lip reading. Ready, set. Okay, we need 4. 4 is 2. Super source.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
3 is off. Man, this is becoming a mess here. This would be really cool if we could hear what was happening. I'm a big fan of listening to court as well. Watching is great. I've been a court watcher for a long time. Muted Lemonade.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
That's not a table saw. That is a table saw. You can chop saw.
Let's see. You're saying Court TV has sound? Let me grab their sound.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Karen Reed. Anyways, hang on. Can you guys hang on for a minute?
We're good.
Whatever. They want to know.
That damage has been done. It can't be rectified. But there may still be some metadata and available evidence on the Canton Police Department computer that our expert can glean if that data is properly imaged. The import of this video surveillance cannot be overstated. This is a seminal issue at trial. I have conferred with our expert. I do believe that there's a chance that we may still be able to obtain some relevant information, and so we're asking that the court order this. I would also note that after the hearing on this specific issue, the Commonwealth produced a new report. That report was dated February 27th, 2025. And in that report, Canton Police Department Sergeant DGM Pietro claims for the very first time that he was responsible for downloading all of the Canton Police Department surveillance video, in this case, onto the detective drive-it issue. So that's everything from January 29th. That's incredibly important. We don't have all of that information, and we're asking the court to order that that be properly imaged for our review.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brennan.
It seems the defense characterization that's forensically sound is fluid. It's difficult to follow. What is clear is that we invited them to come to the Canton Police Department, bring their expert, download anything that was on the DVR, which nothing existed, and then we further invited them to download the detective file. They had over a month to do that. They declined. That invitation has been ongoing, it's been constant, and it is current. If they would like to go to the Canton Police Department with their expert and download any of the detective file and see what exists, they're welcome to do that. So if they want a court order allowing them to come, which they don't need because we've invited them continuously, we'll agree to the court order. They're welcome to come anytime.
So is the Commonwealth now agreeing that we can forensically image the Camden Police Department Detective file? Because we've been requesting
Okay,
that.
so I really don't want you talking to each other. I want you talking to me. All right, so you asked the question to me. Answer it, Mr. Brennan.
The defense cannot download the entire detective file because it contains files wholly unrelated to this case. And it would then intrude upon private information and other investigations. They can go to the detective file and they can download everything to do with this case. But they cannot have a photo image of the entire detective file of the Canton Police Department.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the next motion we're going to do is just the motion for the view. I had asked defense counsel to propose something about how Ms. Reed will get there. Have the two of you talked at all about how we're going to do our view? Two sides talked?
We haven't talked about the logistics. I'm happy to do that. I don't think that it's a very lengthy conversation between the Commonwealth.
Right, but we have to make arrangements, so that was something that I asked you to figure out. You say Ms. Reed wants to go on the view. She can go on the view. How do you propose that's done?
The simplest way would be for her to, obviously the jurors would be transported the exact same way that they were transported last time. We were on a bus. As I stand here, I can't remember if we were we were not on the same bus as the jurors.
Yes, we were.
We were just separated by seats, by
Right.
distance. I don't know that would be the best protocol. I think the better practice would probably be for the defense team to arrive at the same time, follow the bus in a separate vehicle, which we can provide. And Ms. Reed would be separated from the jurors the same way that the defense counsel was separated from the jurors and the Commonwealth was separated from the jurors. But just be there and able to observe the same circumstance that we observed last time.
So I'm not going to allow all defense counsel to come in a separate vehicle because then it will be the Commonwealth in the bus with the jurors. We need defense counsel. One defense counsel can go in a car then separately with Ms. Reed, and the rest will be on the bus.
That's fine.
I do need you to talk to figure out when you want to do this view. Did you want input, Mr. Brennan?
The only issue that was of difference was whether or not the motor vehicle would be at the address. The only reason I had reluctance, I thought it was unfairly prejudicial to the defense. If they decide
They want it, right? You want the vehicle there at the time?
We do.
If they want it there, then I'll be agreeable.
Okay.
That was my concern at the time, but if that's that request, I'll agree to it.
Okay.
The date of the view, I didn't know if the court wanted any confidentiality in the date of the view. I would like to talk to
So why don't I see counsel at sidebar about this anyway?
We get a sidebar. We have some issues. We're trying to sync up some audio and video right now. Only Court TV has audio, which means we probably have a distribution issue where it's not passing audio, it's passing video only, which sucks. Okay. I'm trying to get rid of this crackle, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Let's see. Look to the left. Sharp left turn. 3, 2, 1. Turn. Come on. I've got to sync up audio and video, and it's taking a minute here. That crackle needs to go. I'm worried that's on my end. I don't know why we're just staring at him this entire time. Okay, lady with long hair needs to raise her left arm back up and touch her left eye, and then we'll be synced up. So watch for it. There it is. Oh, not quite yet. That was not it. Somebody needs to cough. Here we go. There's the eye. Hand down. Cough. Now we're almost synced up. Why is that audio so crackling? Heat up the crackle. Let's get rid of that. Let me make it mono for just a second. It'll be quicker for me to troubleshoot that sound. Actually, it's just right here, so. Not eliminating it the way I'd like it to. Long sidebar here. There we go.
All right, so on the defendant's list, I don't understand the motion regarding Dr. Welcher, because that's been decided. So why is that here on this list? Is it erroneously on the list?
It's not erroneously, Your Honor, but Mr. Brennan and I spoke about it. We have an agreement that will obviate the need for the court, which is my presumption. Mr. Brennan is going to state it, and that would be my suggestion to Your Honor, and then we can move on to the next matter. We've reached agreement.
Okay, what's the agreement? What's the agreement?
The agreement is there's going to be a redaction to the PowerPoint presentation of Dr. Welcher, specifically page 37. There was, according to Attorney Brennan, an erroneous remnant on 37.
Okay, so why don't you just provide me with the new slide so I know what it is?
It sounds like a good band name.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
Erroneous remnant.
Okay. So.
And now we're in black.
Lieutenant Wing, docket 607 and 658. So what I want to know about that, Mr. Brennan, before we begin is, do you have the new report of Lieutenant Wing?
I do. I received it last night. I haven't read it, but I discussed it with counsel. I understand it's just minor edits to the original report. So that won't delay any hearing on this.
All right, so you're prepared to go forward?
I am.
All right, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, the defense proposes Mr. Wing as a dog bite expert. I think it is too late to ask for a Lanigan hearing. The trial's upon us. regardless of whether or not I think I have standing for it. I do not want to delay this trial in any way. However, there are concerns about the qualifications of Mr. Wing. He has no experience in pattern recognition analysis. I see no training on his resume. I will not hold the defense to the standard they've tried to employ, that he is not a medical expert, nor will I rely on Dr. Russell saying she's the only qualified individual in the country, but rather this person should have some qualification to come into court and give an opinion that a abrasion is supposedly a dog bite. It doesn't appear that Mr. Wing is a certified trainer. It doesn't appear that Mr. Wing has ever testified in court before. And so to expedite the matter, rather than look or seek a Lanigan hearing, I think it would be helpful to have a short voir dire regarding his qualifications before he's presented as a witness, so the court can determine whether or not he is in fact even a qualified witness in this case.
Mr. Alessi is going to answer that.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the report, I just want to underscore that there are changes and I discussed these with Attorney Brennan, but I want the record to be clear. There was an objection to the original report of references to Dr. Crosby. We removed those, so those are fairly substantial.
Are there any other changes to it other than the removal of Dr. Crosby?
There are, but there, as Attorney Brennan indicated, they're minor parlance, etc. But otherwise, it's the same substance.
Okay. So why don't you provide me with the new or redacted one as well, and I'll take a look at it.
Right. Okay. That has. I will do that, Your Honor. I'll provide the court with that forthwith. The second is on the substance. Lieutenant Wing is extraordinarily experienced. You will see that in his report.
That's a different
The
one.
summary of his experience, because it would take a lot of time to go through it. For several years, he's been one of, if not the country's leading experts on training law enforcement with regard to the use of canines, not only with bite and hold techniques, but also with what are called washout dogs, which are very much similar to civilian, some call them pet dogs. He has extraordinary experience with wound recognition. Attorney Brennan respectfully is incorrect when he says he doesn't have experience with pattern recognition. His experience is extraordinary in that regard. Your Honor will make her own judgment, but the report clearly establishes his pattern recognition. His methodology, unlike that of Dr. Crosby, is stated in his report, and in addition, he cites two specific studies for his report, including pattern recognition, and the whole topic of pattern recognition was well established through Dr. Russell, so Your Honor will see that as well. My last category of points to make, Your Honor, is this. The timing of this report came in light of the court's ruling on Dr. Crosby that a non-medical doctor can opine on wounds to humans, and we did make a motion for reconsideration with regard to Dr. Crosby, and understanding the court's schedule and other matters, given that there was not an ability to have that motion determined, we then decided that we had to submit the report of Lieutenant Wing. We want to make clear that Lieutenant Wing is being offered not as a rebuttal, but as part of the defense's case in chief. And it is part of that in light of the March 6th order of the court with regard to Dr. Crosby. The aspects of behavior in combination with a wound recognition is different from Dr. Russell. There is overlap, but it's different. And the bottom line here is that the approach of Lieutenant Wing and his qualifications exceed that of Dr. Crosby. And my request, Your Honor, is I do not believe there is at all a need for any kind of a hearing. Again, Your Honor will make that judgment when the court believes that notwithstanding the qualifications of Lieutenant Wing and his methodology as set forth in his report, we would respectfully request that we have a voir dire hearing on Dr. Crosby. We have made that request of Dr. Crosby.
That's another motion. That's what we're going to hear now.
Understood. And I was just going to say I am not going to get into the basis for that. I just wanted to, because...
Just go ahead. Just move on.
Yeah. So my request would be that a determination on whether or not there's a voir dire of Lieutenant Wing abide the motion in the discussion. So in conclusion, Your Honor, we respectfully request that have a voir dire hearing on, at a minimum, wait for that determination until the court reads the report of Lieutenant Wing.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so there's also a motion for reconsideration regarding Dr. Crosby. I can tell you regarding reconsideration, found that he is an expert. I am not going to reconsider whether or not Dr. Crosby is an expert. I'm not going to reconsider whether he can testify as something is consistent or inconsistent with dog bites. But Mr. Brennan, I don't see how you're going to have him testify as to whether these marks could have come from Chloe, the specific dog. I think that you can certainly talk about measurements that may have been made, but I don't see how he can testify that this either was or was not this particular dog, particularly in light of the most recent National Academy of Science report that found that no evidence of an existing scientific basis for identifying an individual to the exclusion of all others via bite mark evidence. So what do you want to say about that?
Your Honor, there's a distinct difference between inclusion and exclusion. The National Academy of Forensic Science was an extraordinary study, well respected. I've read it many times, and that is a consensus among experts that teeth structure can in many ways be similar, so it is unfair to conclude that a particular person or a particular dog should be included or identified as the person who left that particular pattern. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It is different in kind and not within the realm of that study or any other studies that I've seen to exclude a person or a dog as the contributor of that bite. And here, there is definitive evidence to clearly show and base an opinion that the dog named Chloe was not the cause of those wounds. That is the whole purpose of having the mold of Chloe, which is done with humans routinely, often, orthodontists, dentists, restructuring. The spacing itself is so distinguishable between the molds and the spacing on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. It is an objective, a specific, and a substantive basis to draw a conclusion that there is no way to a degree of certainty that these wounds were caused by Chloe's mouth. In particular, Dr. Russell had opined not only that the bites were consistent with a dog wound, but she also opined about molars in different parts of the mouth. And since the defense has decided to likely identify particular teeth and structures as the basis to say it's comparable, consistent with a dog, we should be able to counter that in rebuttal, not in our case in chief, in rebuttal, that these molds show to a reasonable degree of certainty that these wounds could not have been caused by Chloe. So it's exclusion, not inclusion.
It's an uphill battle for you, I'll tell you that. I'll hear from Mr. Wilson.
It's an uphill battle for you, she tells the state, or the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can go through this quickly. The National Academy of Science, the 2009 report Your Honor is referring to, there is no finding in that exclusion's okay, but inclusion is not. There's nothing in there to support that proposition. That's number one. Number two, with regard to the opinion of Dr. Crosby, he did use a mold, but he didn't use the overlay. In the NAS, I'll shortcut it, 2009, the only way you even get to discuss it is you have to have the mold and the overlay. Dr. Crosby doesn't have the overlay. So even not considering the first point I made, where that's allowed for humans, you need a mold and an overlay. So there is no basis in science for the proposition that with certainty this could not be Chloe. So in sum, the inclusion-exclusion distinction that Mr. Brennan tries to make is nowhere rooted in the NAS study. And the point that Your Honor made and that we have made consistently is that there's little difference between inclusion and exclusion when you get to the methodology that's employed. So we, Your Honor, would support what Your Honor's comment was in the beginning, and that is there should be no discussion with regard to Chloe on inclusion or exclusion basis. Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you want to reply?
Selena, thanks for the gift
I
of
would
membership.
simply suggest that there is no authority that I'm aware of that prohibits exclusion, none. And as a predicate, and I know it's a side matter, the idea of Chloe as a predicate, that requires third-party culprit. And so before there can even be discussion about that, there would have to be an offer of proof that we have not seen and has not been presented. So it really should be irrelevant. But
Chloe's the third-party
culprit. Bring it
culprit.
up, it's going to become a live issue, and if we have an obligation or we have a need to rebut, we want to fully rebut any of those claims.
Okay, which is why originally I was going to hear this motion to reconsider after the defense presented their witnesses. So, all right, thank you. The substitute chemist, is there any objection to the substitute chemist? It's Commonwealth's motion 663.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Jim, 63 is allowed.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you both have motions that are similar regarding, it's the Commonwealth 669 and Defense 670, I believe. It's about the audio-visual aids and giving notice. So you're both in agreement to give notice to the other side before you use anything, and have you done so with regard to openings?
The Commonwealth agrees to give notice. We've provided a number of clips of statements that we seek to use during the trial. I hope to narrow the ones that we're going to use specifically so the defense could have more notice of it. We have a clip that we'd like to offer in the opening. I'm not sure if our office has provided that to the defense. If not, we'll do that shortly after the hearing.
Okay.
This is the video, the
Who's
interview.
arguing this for the defense, or who's telling me what's going
Your
on?
Honor, we're happy to provide notice. We have not yet received the particular audio clip that the Commonwealth intends to use during opening, but we're happy to provide any visual aids that we intend to use as soon as today.
All right. I'd like to see what you both intend to use in your openings, because whether you agree with it or not, I have to make sure that it's admissible, that I know it will be coming into evidence before I let you put it up there.
That really is the
Just
motion.
for the court, the Commonwealth will provide a copy to defense. That's
Okay. Thank you. Can I have the defense what you intend to put up?
This single photograph, Your Honor. I'll provide it to the court immediately after the hearing.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll add that there are a number of statements that we have clipped. We, with the court's permission, would like to provide an entire package to the court so you can have an opportunity to view if you wanted to.
Thank you. So I need the defense to look at this before the end of the hearing because I don't want to bring everybody back tomorrow if you object to what the Commonwealth intends to put in their opening. Did you tell them what it is? Like, is it something that they already have?
They've had the materials, the interviews in total, but we've clipped the pieces that we want. It's been an ongoing process. I understand my office has sent a slew of those clips to the defense.
Okay.
I want to narrow it down. We're not going to use all of them.
There's a sigh.
There's a rebuttal portion, but I want to narrow down what we're giving them. But we've been over-inclusive in what we intend to provide.
The Commonwealth provided at least 44 clips. I'd ask for whatever they intend to actually use in their opening so we can look at it for...
I think that's what they just said. They're just going to give you.
We'll give them the file name and if the court takes a recess, we'll give them the file
Yes,
name.
I'd like to do that just in case there's an objection. Or I can bring you all back tomorrow or Friday, and I don't really want to do that to you. So, all right, so we'll just take a look at that. Okay, so that sort of also covers, I guess, the Commonwealth's motion regarding the use of extrajudicial statements. And if you hang on while I grab that. Is there an objection to that motion?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I make a note?
Yes,
So,
please.
The defense, I'm sure, is aware, but I want to point out as part of that motion, we're asking to have an independent reader, someone who is not an officer or involved in this case. I don't expect there'll be any emphasis or drama in the presentation of text messages, but I think an independent reader is fairer, more objective, and we'd like to have that independent reader take the stand at times throughout the case when we want to introduce certain text messages that don't involve a participant.
All right. How are you going to find this person?
Well, we could have somebody plain clothes from the state police, or we could find somebody that's agreeable to the defense, but I think it would be best if we have an independent reader who's available throughout the trial.
I volunteer.
Play that role.
I can do it. I'll read it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pick me. I don't charge anything. You fly me up there, put me in the hotel, and no, maybe feed me. I'll read it for you. No problem. Plainclothes policemen. We still know what they are.
Your Honor, thank you for the time to consult with my colleagues. I don't think we're in a position to agree or disagree at this point. I don't know exactly which text messages or which conversations are intended to be independently read. At the last trial, they simply came in through the person that found the text messages. Mr. Lally asked, I think, Mr. Garino, I can't remember his first name, Mr. Garino to recite the messages from both sides, and that was done pretty effectively and expeditiously. But unless I know more about exactly what the theater of having an independent reader is going to be like, I can't really weigh in.
Go ahead.
May I?
Yes.
Wherever there's a witness involved in the conversation, if those text messages are admissible, it would come in through the witness. Text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, there is no author of those. And so we will introduce those text messages, the admissible ones, at different parts in the trial when they become relevant. So it's not sufficient to simply have a state police officer who is not a witness to those text messages to come in and read them continuously through trial. Mr. Garino is an independent witness in this case. To bring him back regularly as a police officer, I think creates the wrong impression. I think objectively we can have somebody come in who simply reads those text messages when they're appropriate to introduce.
I would disagree gently with Mr. Brennan. That's exactly what the proper protocol is. If Mr. Garino is the one who found it, he's a state trooper, he found the text messages, he was the one who downloaded the data, he was asked about those text messages previously. I think having him come back, and it doesn't matter how many times he comes back, he's paid by the state, he can come back 5 times or 1 time. But to have somebody else come in or other individuals come in to act as readers, I think that is not in keeping with the ordinary course of presentation of the evidence. It just doesn't make sense to me to have a reader come in it seems to add a theater to the text messages that are inappropriate. I don't know who these individuals would be, and the text messages are admissible because they're their statement of a party opponent, and the other is the context of the statement of the party opponent. So I don't see any reason to change the protocol that we had last time.
All right. If I were to allow an independent reader, do you have a male and a female? Or would it be a male reading a female's responses?
I'll be the male.
I haven't
can do women's
identified
voice, but it's not
anybody,
very
but I
good.
can get a male and a female.
All right.
And that's exactly what we don't want. I think that's inappropriate. It's not going to be Mr. O'Keefe, and it's not going to be Ms. Reed. The text messages speak for themselves. The jurors should be able to analyze the words that are on the page, the text messages as they were written and drafted, not the inflections and the repartee between two independent people with motives that may or may not be consistent with the text messages. As we all know, it's a very, very different circumstance to have a text message communication with someone and have a conversation with someone, for instance, telephonically or verbally. People talk about it all the time. Things get lost in text messages. Having them read by a state trooper who found them.
So it can be perhaps not a state trooper. That's all. I understood it to be to take out all infliction. And completely that.
Right. I heard Mr. Brennan say the same thing. I don't know that that's actually what's going to happen. And this lends itself to sort of a theatrical presentation that's completely unnecessary and could be incredibly objectionable. And then once it's done, it's done.
All right. I will consider it.
There'll be no inflection. That would be inappropriate.
Thank you.
Oh, good, though. We'll have a completely flat
All right.
reading.
Defendant's motion for specific discovery, paper 638, Jimmy. All right. Who's arguing it?
Yes, that's me, Judge. Good morning. Before
Remind me at the
today,
break.
Mr.
I'll
Brennan
explain.
and I conferred, and I think we've largely reached agreement. The only numbered items on which we do not agree are 3 and 4, which are related. I will say, as a preface, that we are withdrawing request number 8. And with regard to request number 7, we've agreed on the following language, Judge, which I would read into the record. Number 7 would be any indication of a witness willing to change testimony in exchange for any consideration. With that, I would ask the court to allow the motion. With regard to 3 and 4, I believe that we should receive information if there's a witness who has expressed to the Commonwealth either a refusal or a reluctance to testify in this matter or to cooperate in any way.
Okay. There's no authority for that in Rule 14, correct?
We believe that it's consistent with Rule 14, which is why we've made the request.
Okay. Where in Rule 14 or the reporter's notes?
Relevant and discoverable. It applies to a witness's credibility, motives, intent, and that's the basis on which we make the request.
Okay. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Number 5? Yes. With regard to number 5, we also talked about modifying the language. Mr. Brennan had taken it down for us. Any information of any witness regarding promises, inducements, or rewards to that witness.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, regarding 3 and 4, what's the Commonwealth's position?
Your Honor, that does not go to motive or credibility. It is not within Rule 14, should not be discoverable. It's irrelevant. It doesn't show any bias on behalf of the witness if they had any reluctance or concerns about testifying. I have been very broad in my agreements regarding discovery. Anything that is Rule 14, exculpatory, even their specific requests which extend beyond Rule 14, I am more than happy to give them. But I think 3 and 4 are personal, irrelevant, and have nothing to do with bias or credibility.
Okay. Thank you. All right. The ARCA witnesses. Motions regarding that. So where do you stand Mr. Brennan, with what has been provided and what you might think has not been provided?
There are two issues. There is the discovery that we have requested in the past. At this point, I stand unsatisfied with that discovery production. And then secondly, there is the limitations that should be imposed upon ARCA based on what has been provided pursuant to reciprocal discovery. I'd like to start with the second part, and that is we have a little chronology. December 5th, 2024, we submitted docket 442, Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery, which was allowed by the court. There were a number of other motions which led to March 27, 2025, docket 640, Commonwealth's motion to compel reciprocal discovery of ARCA witnesses or to exclude their testimony. And then the next day, on March 28, 2025, the defense responded with docket 642, which was a response to docket 442. And so what we were looking for, not only Rule 14, but more specifically our discovery motion, was information from ARCA that would make clear the relationship between the ARCA witnesses and the defense back from its inception. It is important because that information, a thorough vetting of the information, may be a basis for the Commonwealth to inquire of these ARCA witnesses, if they're called, about candor, truthfulness, and full disclosure. And so while we've received some answers to our questions, we want a full vetting of that history. On a prior date, the court suggested that perhaps we could have a voir dire, not regarding their qualifications, but regarding this very issue about the relationship between the witnesses and the defense. That is one viable option. My concern specifically is if they are subject to a voir dire the day before their testimony, they're traveling from out of state, and they will not have with them documents and other items which are necessary for the Commonwealth's review and likely use during the examination. And so if the court was to maintain there would be a voir dire the day before the hearing, I would ask for an order from the court to order ARCA to bring the discovery that was ordered in the Commonwealth's discovery motion back on December 5th, 2024. The response by the defense, a large part of it is that it's not within their custody or control. And so these items, I expect, would be in the custody and control of these ARCA witnesses. There are a number of specific items which we sought in our discovery motions. Those items include communications, billing, emails, text messages, etc. And so those documents, if we do not obtain them in advance or the day before the witnesses are set to testify, we will never have an opportunity to send them home to get the materials that are relevant. So if the defense position is not in their custody and control, then I ask the court to order the ARCA witnesses to provide that information prior to the voir dire so that we can review it. Secondly, the defense has provided that they have retained the ARCA witnesses independently. We have received no new discovery other than communications and emails. What is concerning is that in the notice from the defense, there is some suggestion about the ARCA witnesses potentially rebutting or commenting on Mr. Welch's testimony. Discovery deadlines have passed some time ago. It would be inappropriate at this point to have any new opinions, any new information, any new reports. We have been steadfast from the beginning of this case, early on, about discovery deadlines. And so my expectation is if the ARCA witnesses testify, they would be required to testify pursuant to their February 12, 2024 report, and they would not be able to provide any further opinions any further ideas or any further reports. So the two things, to simplify it, that I'm looking for is for the court to have that voir dire, again for a limited purpose, to order ARCA witnesses to comply with the discovery order that the court has already imposed, and to have ARCA limited to the discovery that was properly provided before the discovery deadlines. Those are my three requests.
Apparently you get three wishes, and those are his. Mr. Jackson steps up to respond to these requests.
I want to go in reverse order briefly, if I could. Concerning the discovery deadlines, we have continued to receive new notices of discovery from the Commonwealth well after the same deadlines that Mr. Brennan is now bringing up concerning ARCA. They filed their notice of completion or certificate of completion long ago, and we have consistently received new information from their experts, new reports, amended reports, redacted reports, additional information. Both sides understand that discovery is an ongoing situation, sometimes out of our control. To that point, on March 26, 2025, we received for the first time official notice from the United States Attorney's Office and the Department of Justice that we, the defense, or either side, the Commonwealth as well, were free to engage ARCA directly as expert witnesses in this case. On that same day, we contacted the Commonwealth. Actually, the very next day, we contacted the Commonwealth and provided them information that we would be and had engaged them. We've provided the engagement agreement. We've provided them with all discovery that we have appropriate thereto. And insofar as, or to the extent that any additional testing and or analysis is completed by those experts, because keep in mind, it's only been, we can count it in days that we've actually been able to engage them. If there is in fact additional testing and or analysis that is noteworthy, then we will, or that we intend to use, we will obviously provide that to the Commonwealth forthwith, which we indicated in our moving papers. We will maintain that posture throughout. And if there is additional information to be disclosed, it will be disclosed. It will be disclosed in a timely manner. We do not have anything as yet as we stand here today, but we...
What do you think a timely manner is? What ballpark are you talking?
When I get a report, I will turn it over the same day. If I get a report, I will turn it over the same day. If I get a new analysis, I will turn it over the same day. If we get new testing results, we will turn those over the same day that we get them. In other words, I can't control the conduct of the experts. They may or may not be engaging in additional testing or analysis, but if they are, once I get it, we'll turn it over. So that's all I can say to that. We're not holding anything back. We're not hiding anything. We're, as soon as we get something, if we get it, to the extent that there is additional analysis or testing done, that will be turned over forthwith. With regard to docket number 642, we did, Your Honor, I don't want to waste the court's time. We did respond in detail to every single one of the 12 requests that the Commonwealth has made. I'm happy to go through those if the court wishes me to, but...
Hold on one second. Mr. Brennan, are there specifics that you say are still outstanding of the 13 or however many points there were? Because this is on what you filed. So this is not unusual. A party says, we asked for all 13, another party says, we gave them to you, and then the party says, I don't have them. Can we narrow this? Is there anything specifically that Mr. Jackson should address?
Yes. Their response is that it's not in their custody or control.
So for which ones? Which of your numbers?
Number one, a complete statement of all opinions to be expressed by Daniel Wolf.
Okay.
And their response is the information in the possession, custody, and control of the defense has already been produced. That obviously understates the fact that they would hope to have new opinions. That is the very point that this is not responsive.
Their discovery deadline has passed. And so I would like to talk about, or respond after Attorney Jackson is done, about what is going to evolve from this conversation. This is exactly what I was worried about back in November, what I expected might happen and should not have happened. So it's difficult now to parse the different pieces of my discovery request, but we do not have all of the billing, all the communications, all the text messages, all the emails between the parties. And if the defense's position is not in their custody control, well, it's certainly in the custody control of ARCA. We do not have all prior reports, all prior testing, all field testing, photographs, pictures. We don't even know who was what part of this report.
Okay.
And so my tolerance about this ongoing development of discovery is a extraordinary problem for me. This is the number one issue I anticipated and that I've tried to prevent.
Okay. So address number one, Mr. Jackson.
The number one issue that Mr. Brennan has anticipated and tried to prevent is ARCA testifying. Let's just call it like it is.
So address number one, please.
Here comes the spice.
That's what I'm doing, Your Honor. We have provided on April 12th about 1,000 pages, additional pages, responsive to the request specific to ARCA. The response that we provided to request number one is as follows. The information in the possession, custody, and control of the defense has already been produced and can be found in the ARCA report, the voir dire testimony, and the trial testimony of Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. That is specifically in response to request number one. What we have, they have. Mr. Brennan constantly stands up and says, we don't have all the emails, we don't have all the communications, etc. They have everything. We've already turned that over. There is nothing that we have not turned over that's in our possession. With regard to the new information that Mr. Brennan says, this is exactly what I was worried about, etc., we could not engage these experts until we got permission from the Department of Justice. The federal government had to give us permission. They gave both sides permission on March 26th, 2025. We immediately, Your Honor, as best we could, leapt into action to contact ARCA and engage them formally so that they could act as experts for the defense in this case in furtherance of potential testimony moving forward. We do not have additional testing results. We do not have additional analysis. We do not have additional reports or findings as yet because it's only been a few days. If we get those, we will turn those over immediately. And that's all we can be expected to do. If the court wishes to go through the others, it's listed as 13, but there's actually 12 requests. I'm happy to do that if the court's satisfied with...
I have a question. It was my question last time when they testified. It wasn't clear to me who did what each witness did regarding testing, preparation, things that are normal cross-examination. Is that clarified any better? They said we. They talked about we did this, we did that.
Well, I would disagree with that. Dr. Rentschler talked about what he did, which was more on the biological side.
There was a difference between the two.
And Dr. Wolf talked about what he did on the mechanical side. They did discuss what their individual or their specific capacity was and their expertise. We have not received any additional report to that effect. Everything that is in the report is exactly what the Commonwealth received at the same time that the defense received it, and it's exactly what they testified to both in the voir dire and in the trial. There's no clarification that we haven't asked for clarification. If there is clarification in any new analyses, that will be turned over immediately as well. But
is there anything that they're going to say they cannot provide because of the federal investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I haven't asked them if there's communications that Mr. Brennan is asking for that they can't provide. I haven't asked them that because I've not deigned to.
Can we consult with counsel just for a moment?
Sure.
Is there something? Hang on.
Right. Ms. Liu I was getting to the point, but she emphasized, and I will emphasize it here, The one thing that the U.S. government has said to both the Commonwealth and to us is, in furtherance of their testimony, in furtherance of their engagement, they still are not allowed to detail confidential communications that they had with the U.S. government and the Department of Justice.
But can they testify as to what they did?
Yes. Yes, that is on. That's
Can
on the
they
table.
testify under what direction they did these things?
Well, they can certainly testify to what they did. Absolutely, that is on the table. Every bit of testing, every bit of analysis.
But
that
why
they
they did it?
What their communications were, what their directives were, that is confidential. And
Can I see Counsel Tagbar, please?
Quick huddle, quick huddle, quick huddle. This is important. The Commonwealth is trying to exclude the ARCA witnesses. The ARCA witnesses were the amazing ones who, shoot cannons and recreate stuff and were amazing. They were called the Crash Daddies, I think, during the trial. They were very, very good at saying, this is not adding up. It's not making sense. And it was key to the defense. They want to keep that out. It sounds like the Commonwealth thinks there should be more information provided to them than they have. I think ARCA needs to be in. Yeah, it needs to be in. But it sounds like ARCA is in, from what I've heard the judge say already. The Commonwealth is saying, we want to make sure they don't provide anything else different than what they've included in their report. Which is basically setting us up for, if they word it differently and it becomes more impactful or something else, that wasn't disclosed in your report, that's not allowed. Objection, strike. So they're trying to minimize damage and prevent any mic drop moments based on wording in court. So they're asking for that. Defense says we don't have anything. If they come out with another opinion 3 days from now, we won't know that until they come out with another opinion. As soon as we get it, we'll give it to you, but we don't have anything else. We've given you all our emails, all the billings, all the text messages, the contacts. Here's the time frame that this all happened in, and you have what you have. And if you don't like what you have, it's because there's nothing else to give you. So Mr. Brennan's not happy because he wants more to be there. He wants more to be there so that he can say this is a problem. Apparently there's no problem right now. And they're both pointing the finger at each other. You guys were late in this disclosure rule. You were late in this one. Everyone was late. The judge, that goes over her head. She's not going to impose okay, you can be late, but you can't. It's, what do they call that when it's back and forth? It's the game they play. What new discoveries could there be from ARCA? They could be doing testing right now, saying, hey, as we were looking at a report, we were thinking, hey, I wonder if we could do this. We went back and we got another car, and we got a cannon, and we got this scenario, and a new crash test dummy, and we tried this. Yes, ping pong, reciprocal, tit for tat. That's what's going on, and it's just the game, really. This is the game of court that's played out, and the judge is trying to control it as much as possible, but everyone wants a little bit of an advantage, right? If you can go to court and you have just that one edge up on the other side, that's what you want. So in your disclosures, you disclose everything as generally as you can, and then in actual court, you want it as specific as you can, so they have the least time to prepare for the defense or for the cross. And this is chess. You're hiding. You're not hiding the football, right? Because you can't do that. You can't take this football and stuff it up your shirt and then run a play and like, aha, you couldn't see the ball because I had it in my shirt. You can't do that. The court won't allow that. But, a little misdirection. Sometimes that fits appropriately in court. You don't want to necessarily lay out everything you're going to do for the other team to analyze before you need to. I do think that the judge should order it shut down. I don't think trial by ambush is fair. It would be wrong if ARCA would be like, well, Guess what? We're going to come out with a report the morning that we testify in court. That's the first time we're going to let the defense know. It just so happens to be really great for them. That would be just as wrong as them doing on the other sides. And we're coming out a report really strong for the state, and it's going to come in the day before or the morning of. That should not be allowed. There needs to be a deadline where the other side can prepare reasonably. You can't hide the football, but you don't have to tell them which one. Yeah, you don't have to tell them your play. It's like, well, I'm going to be running blue 47. You know, you don't necessarily have to do that. And the state did this themselves. Look at this. They turned over to the defense today, 47 video clips. Basically every recording Karen Read has made talking to a news reporter since this began. Every comment, every interview, like, here's what we're going to use some of this. And even the judge said, okay, that's a little too broad. You need to be more specific. Since it's going to be your open, show them the file. Show them what you're going to play. And they're like, okay, we'll turn it over today. We'll give it to them. It's just how it's done. Deflategate. That's what's going on. Strong change for ARCA would be if they update their report after reviewing the additional data, like the text stream data, DNA, etc., and the prosecution called them out on it in the first trial. The bailiffs are all bunched up by the doorway. A bunch of bailiffs. I think that's what they're called when you have many of them together as a bunch. Not a ton of family on the O'Keefe side of the courtroom. Not even sure if those are family. I don't recognize the faces well enough. But Karen Read's supporters are there, filling their section. Looks like we're filming from within the jury box right now, so this angle we get right now might be a little different for actual court once these seats are filled, because 18 is about the max that this jury box can hold. It's going to be a tight fit. A gaggle of bailiffs. A herd. Jamie thinks I try to be fair. Oh, we're using the hammer drill now. Sounds good. Try to be as fair as I can, but I'm not always perfect at it. About a pride of bailiffs. It's a murder of crows. A band of bailiffs. That sounds like a band's name. Band of bailiffs. It would be. I think it would be Screamo Rock. A bully of bailiffs. I do like the alliteration. We're using the hammer drill, effectively. Are we packing up? Are we going home? Mr. Yanesi looks like he's done with this. He gone. He gone. Oh, he's doing the secret exchange of cases. There's a sack lunch. He's getting his lunch out. Probably PB&J is what I'm thinking. And he's out of here. What just happened? Yanesi takes the back row. Newest member of the team steps up, sits next to Karen.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you're saying that the ARCA witnesses did not do anything, did not read anything, did not consult anything, did not try any additional experiments or come to any findings other than everything that's in that report.
That is correct. That's what we've been told. We have no reason to believe otherwise. Everything that they did, everything they were asked to do, and all the data that they were provided upon which to base their opinions and conclusions is provided in the report, and was all subject to cross-examination, both at the voir dire and at trial.
All right, and then subsequent to that, information was provided by Mr. Yannetti, and you have that all documented, whatever information the ACRA authorities now are working on is information provided by Mr. Yannetti or his file?
So there's two issues. I want to make sure I don't conflate these. Mr. Brennan mentioned a subpoena that Mr. Yannetti had received at his office.
Mr. Yannetti had brought it up in open court.
Correct. That subpoena was honored, as we had to, obviously, as Mr. Yannetti had to honor it. For every single NOD that we got from the Commonwealth, that was then submitted to the federal authorities.
When was that done?
It was done periodically since the subpoena came into his desk.
When did it start?
I don't remember the days. September 1st, 2022.
Thank you.
I didn't remember the specific date, but it was very early on. So the Department of Justice, or the U.S. Attorney's Office, was receiving information pursuant to that subpoena in an ongoing basis. But I want to make clear, that's not information that was then going to ARCA. The U.S. Attorney's Office decided what information, and the FBI decided what information to supply to ARCA to answer their questions.
Do you know what information was provided?
Yes, it's in the report. There were 14 categories of items that were provided to ARCA, and they said that's all that we were provided.
All right, so then it's accurate to say items that are in the notices of discovery that ARCA does not list were not provided to them?
Correct. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah, they were provided a very narrow, it was a narrow scope of work, if you will, that did not include the myriad things that we were getting in NODs.
All right, then you started providing them information to fill in those gaps, right?
Once we received information from Dr. Welcher, for instance, we knew that we wanted at least to explore the idea of rebutting some of that information, from a biomechanic standpoint, and we wanted them to have basically a mirror image of what Dr. Welcher was provided.
All right, so when
that's
did you
what we provided to them.
When did you do that?
I want to say March 26th or 27th.
It's on your paper.
I think it's in the motion. Just take a quick look.
Okay.
Additional discovery for the experts for their review on March 26, 2025. Okay. That same day, the defense was provided all the additional materials to ARCA, including Dr. Welcher's reports and all of his findings, including the 140-page PowerPoint, etc. We wanted them to have everything that Dr. Welcher had, as well as Dr. Welcher's reports and findings.
All right, and you say that you will have that, you expect, in the next 3 days or so.
Oh, I didn't say 3 days. I said I think we can count it in days, not weeks. So I would expect if there is something that we're going to receive, it's probably in the next week or 10 days, I would guess.
Whoa.
All right.
So
we are acting as efficiently as we possibly can, but we can only do so much, given the fact that we were only provided access to hire ARCA on March 26th.
All right. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Mr. Brennan doesn't want this stuff in. He wants this new stuff out.
This is the very issue I've been concerned about since the beginning of this case. And I've made every effort to alert the court that I had a concern, in fact, that I anticipated this very thing would happen. When I began this case, beginning of October, end of September, my first analysis was of the past history of this case and dropping experts and information during trial. My attempt was never to preclude ARCA from testifying, never. But it was to preclude the defense from trying this case by ambush. And it was my primary concern. And that is why I filed motions from the beginning of this case. Your Honor must remember, I was filing notices of intention, notices anticipating, things that are not routine because I knew this very thing would happen. We had ARCA witnesses where I still do not believe we have had full disclosure. Regardless of whose fault it is, I still do not believe we have full disclosure. Not just for the basis of opinion, but regarding communications between the defense and ARCA. That's why I filed this motion for discovery. And when the defense responds it's not in their possession of control, that's why these ARCA witnesses who've made representations to this court about not knowing the defense and the limited interaction with the defense, they need to be held accountable. That information should come directly from the ARCA witnesses if the defense can't or won't produce it. I believe there will be information that ARCA has if you order them to bring in all of their communications, email, phone call records, billing, and text messages. And if it exists, I would like to see it. I think I'm entitled. The ARCA witnesses provided a report that blurs the roles of the parties. I can live with that. I can accept that. The ARCA witnesses provide a report that does not have a lot of information about their study and notes. I can accept that because I have prepared for it. But what I haven't prepared for is for the defense to wait until the last minute, then move for a tour request, which they know will take time, then provide information to ARCA on the eve of opening statements, and then expect to come in with new opinions and information reports after we've already given an opening statement. It's not only trial by ambush. It not only takes away the Commonwealth's ability and right to prepare, it creates a disadvantage that information and argument is already made to the jury without complete information that they should have had. They could have retained any expert they wanted. They didn't have to wait for ARCA witnesses. They've had 3 years. They could have retained any accident reconstructions they wanted, but they waited. They moved with a TUI letter on February 7, 2025. Anybody with experience, including the defense, knows it takes time. If they really wanted the ARCA witnesses, they could have moved in November. We gave Judd Welch's CV in November. We met our discovery deadlines, and they were hard. There was more we would have done or wanted to do, but we couldn't because we honored our obligations to the court and the discovery orders. We provided the discovery pursuant to the orders so that they would be held to the same standard. And now we hear they waited until February 7th, 2025 for a tour request. And now they're giving new information to ARCA to come back and potentially give new opinions that we have no ability for our experts to evaluate. We have no ability for our experts to then go through and conduct more testing. This is the core of preparing for the case. They had that obligation. And so now to allow them to do this, it's not an aberration. This is a continued pattern from the last trial. They have their ARCA witnesses, they have their report. That is all pursuant to the discovery deadlines. To now let them change the rules and come in tomorrow, the next day, or 10 days from now and have new opinions after we've already told the jury our theory and our science and not have a chance to rebut it or consider it. I'll have no time during trial to sit down with the experts and assign them to review new information, new reports. I'll have no time to go back and reconsider the order of witnesses or the information we need or witnesses that we've decided we don't need in this case and scheduling. If it wasn't so obvious this was going to happen, I wouldn't be so upset about it. At some point, the defense has to be held to the same standard of discovery obligation. This isn't late notice. This isn't parachuting in. This is an effort they decided to make and wait until February 7, 2025. Your Honor, I ask you to allow ARCA to testify, allow them to testify to their report, be confined to the report that has met discovery deadlines, and to produce the request that the court ordered regarding discovery of the information that we want. That's what I ask this court to do.
Brennan is big mad.
Your Honor, what appears to be feigned indignation is just not consistent with the facts. We didn't receive Judd Welcher's report until basically February 2025. We received a report, I think it was January 31st, 2025, and we read it for the first time the next day on February 1st. Nobody's been dragging their feet. There is no ambush. This feigned indignation is just not consistent with the facts, Your Honor. The court hadn't ruled that we could even use ARCA until just a few weeks ago. We've been moving expeditiously to try to rebut a witness that the Commonwealth disclosed in February of 2025. By mid-March, we asked for a TUI request. We asked for a TUI permission, or asked permission to engage them through a TUI request. That does take time. We did it expeditiously. We weren't waiting for some advantage. As soon as we got the request approved, we immediately, that day, engaged them, and immediately that same day provided the Commonwealth notice that we had engaged them, and we intend to use them to, at the very least, to address Judd Welcher's testimony or his reports, the last iteration of which we got on March 24th. So if you want to talk about dates and chronology, what's good for the goose should be equally good for the gander. Mr. Brennan has been consistently providing us with new discovery after his certificate of compliance has been well done, the ink is well dry. We have a right, we have an obligation to address and to meet his new discovery. For instance, Judd Welcher's opinions and conclusions, with rebuttal opinions and conclusions, if we can. And I want to make sure that we're not conflating two separate issues. One is the information that ARCA had outside of any of our control. Nobody in this courtroom could have reasonably controlled what information they had.
But you did say that's all listed in the report and there's nothing more.
I was just about to say, the communications that they had with U.S. Attorney's Office, I don't have any access to that. That's confidential. But I do know what they provided to them for their analysis. That is all listed in the report. And both sides have had that from the day we received the reports, the federal disclosures. Both sides have had those. So nobody was in any disadvantage in the first trial, and certainly nobody is at a disadvantage in this trial. We're simply trying to meet our obligations as we could within the confines of the rules that were set up in no small part by the federal government. And now those strictures have largely been lifted, and we're moving forward as expeditiously as we possibly can.
Rather than addressing their obligations, it's always an attempt to assign blame. The government or the Commonwealth gave us late disclosures. The changes in Judd Welcher's PowerPoint were by exclusion. Attorney Alisi had concerns about certain things in the report, so we took things out of the report. There's a difference.
So you first provided it in November, then you're saying?
No, we provided, pardon me. We provided his CV in November, and then we provided on our discovery deadlines January 31st, 2025, and then on February 5th, we provided all of the detailed background notes, references. And so we met our discovery deadlines. The changes to Mr. Welcher's report have been the complaints, understandably, about what they believed was hearsay or inadmissible. So we removed pieces. There was no new testing. There was no new reports with information changing any of the things.
According to Mr. Alesi, who is much more facile with the facts of what's in Judd Welcher's report, that's not quite true. There were additions made to the latest iteration of his report. And Mr. Brennan just admitted that February 5th was the first time that we received all of the information from Judd Welcher. The next month, within a few weeks of that, that's when we received permission to hire ARCA. That's when we received permission to engage ARCA. That's when we provided the individuals at ARCA with everything that we had been provided just the month earlier. So there is no ambush. There's no attempt at taking an advantage vis-a-vis time. It just doesn't, the arguments just don't play, not with the facts and the chronology of what we've been doing and we're continuing to do.
All right. Thank you. I think is the only thing left the motion to sequester Ayden Kearney to remove him from the sequestration order. Is that the only thing that's now left outstanding?
No, Your Honor. There's also a motion in limine that was outstanding. It's the Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit reference to any pending internal affairs investigations.
Yes. Where do we stand with that? I thought that you were going to...
We've had a chance to review the file. If there's any statements that are relevant, we think the defense is entitled to use those statements for impeachment or cross-examination. As far as the rulings, the administrative body's rulings, that should not be permissible. It's an opinion of a third party, and then it will open the door to the explanation that those sustained findings are limited to certain conduct, but don't include other types of conduct which we would need to rebut. A third party's opinions are not admissible to impeach a witness.
The defense vehemently disagrees with that assertion. That's not the state of the law. We did provide notice to the Commonwealth of what we intended to admit at trial. The Commonwealth was conversely ordered to provide notice to the defense of what they were specifically asking to keep out. That was supposed to be done 2 weeks ago. I emailed Mr. Brennan the next day after it was due. They did not respond. I was told this morning they're seeking to exclude everything. I would like to be heard on that, Your Honor.
All right. So I don't have a copy of what it is you intend to introduce, right?
No, we provided notice to the Commonwealth, but...
So I need that. Do you have it?
I can articulate it to the court. We want to admit the sustained findings that have been made against 4 separate officers in this case.
You know what? I do need that in writing. I need this in writing. I need a Commonwealth's response.
We needed to have a ruling on this in advance of...
Excuse me?
We need to have a ruling on this in advance of Monday.
Right.
I can try to get that to you today.
All right. Get it to me today. I'll decide it tomorrow.
Okay. Are we allowed to make an oral argument as to this issue? It has been briefed already by the Commonwealth.
Okay. You know what?
She does not want
what
her
I
to do
need
this.
is, I wasn't expecting this here today, so what I need is the paper number. I think it's the Commonwealth's motion to exclude, but the last I had it as it wasn't under advisement. You were going to figure out what the objection was and what you wanted to put in. All right, so we need to take a recess anyway so that you can look at the video to see whether there's an objection to the opening. So why don't we take a 15-minute recess? And Ms. Little, if you can provide just the paper number on what the Commonwealth's response was.
It's paper number 588.
All right.
Okay.
So, Jim, I need that.
All rise for the court, please.
So they're going to take a quick break here. While they do that, let me tell you what was just happening there. The judge seems like she does not want defense to spell out the findings against the 4 officers in court on TV right here. She's resistant to that, but Ms. Little is so on the ball. She's like, we'd like to be heard on this. We need a ruling before this begins. And here's the kicker. The Commonwealth has already briefed this. You already listened to the other side. We get our turn. And that's the part where she's like, I wasn't ready. Give me the paperwork. I'd like this in paper. And she's like, we deserve equal time arguing this to your honor. And they already talked about it. And I think it got her. She's like, okay, we're going to take a break. She might be scrambling on the break. So how can we avoid this from open court? I don't think it's appropriate to do this at sidebar. I think this sort of argument needs to be on the record. But that was excellent lawyering and in front of a judge and literally arguing for the right to argue. Because that is important. And she held her ground. She's like, I needed some paper. She's like, we can articulate that for you. And then she starts, and the judge is like, wait. Oh man, so good. That was probably my favorite part of the day so far. Was watching her do that. But okay, a couple things going on. We still have the Ayden Carney. Ayden Carney. Did I say that right? Sorry, Ayden. Issue to see if he will be excluded from the exclusion list. I know there's a lot of exclusions there, but when sequestration is in place, when all witnesses are told you're not allowed to watch the trial, you can ask for an exemption. And the other reporter, Gretchen, already got that. Okay, so she can be in court and still be called as a witness. So she can listen to other people. What she has to offer is so limited and so specific and so already on the record, like in video format, that it's a no-brainer there. I think Ayden's will probably also, be approved. Fingers crossed there, because I think that would be fair. If he's kept from court and then he is called to testify, it'll be fireworks. And either way, if he's called to testify, it's going to be fireworks. If he's kept from court and he's not called to testify, I think the defense might bring that up in this argument, saying this is just one way we think that we're just trying to keep him out of court because they don't like him. But barring a ruling against him, that I don't know if they'll be able to do that. So let's see. We're watching the fan still. The fan. We're up to 18 sirens. Most of those are sighs and not sirens. The hammerings, the kids trying to fix the bathroom. They're building the bathroom right now. Amber has a little bit on what they might be seeking to introduce here. Let me see if I can pull that up here. It was in Mod Chat, you said. Let's see. Mr. Albert. Talking about misconduct of the different officers, and I'm not sure. I'm not going to tell you all the names because I'm not sure which ones are pertinent to this case or not. But we've got the types of violations that were found on this report, and this is a post commission. So the police officers standardized training, sustained allegations and disciplinary actions against. Let's see, we've got Cambridge, Canton. Other 3 8 hours, tours of punishment duty, possession or use of alcohol is on there a couple times. For Kevin Albert. For Mr. Buchanan. See, he has failed to supervise and not properly counsel his subordinate concerning inappropriate text messages between department members, failed to properly evaluate his subordinate when he gave praise in several anchors despite evidence to the contrary. Despite evidence to the contrary? That's terrible. That's him. We've got Tully. Brian Tully, he's got a few on here. And he got loss of time off. He lost 6 days of accrued time for this one and a demotion. He was demoted to the rank of lieutenant. He failed to take appropriate corrective action concerning inappropriate text messages between department members and failed to appropriately review and evaluate the performance of those members. He failed to properly evaluate Sergeant Yurley Buchanan despite evidence to the contrary of negative performance. He failed to properly evaluate Trooper Michael Proctor despite evidence of contrary to the contrary of negative performance. Failed to supervise enough proper supervise through proper corrective action SPDU Norfolk members who were involved with inappropriate text messages relative to a murder investigation. This one, just for the heads up. Let's see. Let's go here. 7. There's got a fan there. Did not properly document the negative performance of Sergeant Yurley Bukinik for failure to take corrective action as a supervisor. For Trooper Proctor's inappropriate text messages regarding criminal investigation. So yeah, they want to bring these up. Tully's on there. Is that John? There's a lot of stuff on here. So yeah, maybe this will come in. The hammering, they're building the bathroom right now, and it's I can't complain because they're working when I'm not. It's okay. We've got plenty of screws. It's a hammer drill. It's designed to make that noise at the end. It's not the drill skipping in the drill bit. It's sort of like hitting, and it's like an air ratchet. So it's designed to do that. Are they in the right bathroom? They are. They are definitely. It's an impact. Yeah. But it's actually, I think it's a hammer drill. I don't know. Maybe it's the impact drill. I put my headphones on because my neighbor is drilling, and now I can hear here. I'll try to mute it from now on. Is it set to a certain torque? No, it's a Ryobi, so it just does what it does. There's no settings. It's dirt cheap. I don't have expensive tools where you can set the torque settings. That would be nice, but no, I don't. I am screwing the whole thing together. Like the bathroom, I say I like I'm doing it. My kids are. No nails in there. It's all like these beefy star bit screws. Because I don't. First of all, I can't hit a nail with a hammer successfully to actually drive it in straight. That's the big reason why I haven't. And second, I don't have a nail gun. So screws it is because I have a screw gun. But I've already burned through one drill, like a Ryobi drill. It completely got fried doing remodels. So I'm down to one drill and that's it. No, KR is not going to go on all day. I don't think so. I think they're going to hear these last couple issues, and then we'll be done. Bathroom is going to be great eventually. The screws go deeper. They are. I think they're 3.5-inch screws. So I think you're right. You're hoping Daybell will be over by the time Karen reads. Karen starts on Tuesday. So Daybell, I think there's a chance. I'm not sure how they finished yesterday, but there's a chance that Daybell the state will rest today or tomorrow. And then I know they're going to have a couple days for defense. They've got to have a couple days. Barb, right now we're still in the pot mode. I'm trying to mute the hammer as much as I can. As far as the judge's ruling, there's a couple things she hasn't ruled on. She's taken under advisement. She has to rule in the next, 24 hours or so. But a few things have gone the defense way today. So that's good. They've told the state, you're not going to get that. That's an uphill battle when it goes to the dog, keeping the dog witness out. While they finish up this 15-minute break, let's see. After this next segment, once they hammer out these two issues, we expect this hearing to pretty much wrap up for the day. We'll take a lunch, and then either we're going to come back and listen to sort of the tail end of the state's testimony in Lori Daybell, or we could do a bit of court hopping. Then the judge has said she's going to make some rulings tomorrow, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's a hearing. I'll have to check the schedule and see if there will actually be a live hearing in court, or if she's just going to announce some stuff. Like it'll show up in the records in the docket, but. Then we expect Karen Reed to start on Tuesday morning, with the jury present and everything underway at that time. So a little Lori might be on the schedule this afternoon. It goes so late though, man. It goes late, and I need some time to go out and do some shopping for my my green chili chicken enchiladas. Where's the video data? I don't think they're getting. They said they can get some of it. I'll have to go back and listen to what the ruling was. That's one of the first things they talked about this morning. And I loved Ms. Little's response. She's like, "Is the Commonwealth saying we get to image all this detective data?" And they're like, "No, because it has stuff that's not appropriate for you." Like, yeah, I didn't think you were giving us carte blanche. A Bug Dugger gifted a membership. Thank you, Bug Dugger. She never rules from the bench. It will be in writing. That's her habit. I'm just hoping when the judge comes back here that we get to hear the argument from Ms. Little on this one, and that it's not stomped all over by interruptions. If you know, you know. Let's see. I did leave a message in my first apartment with Hubs, just our initials. We are actually, I won't tell you what it is, but we are hiding something in our house as we build it. It will be in the wall. It's not Mr. Bones. It's not him. He's not gonna be there. No canned chicken. No food at all. A time capsule of sorts. All the razor blades you found. No, I've thrown those away. A screaming goat that periodically just goes off. No. Bottle of wine. No. Old shoes were in our walls. What I found, well, first of all, when I started this bathroom remodel, the first day of remodeling, we found this in the wall, which is listen. This is like a heavy steel license plate. New Jersey, 1950. A VT464 license plate. This is pretty cool. Not going to put this back in, but man, look at this. Check this out. Look at the back. Look at the indentation. It's like stamped in steel. It's a pretty nice license plate. They're worth a few bucks, by the way. I mean, you can collect those. Good lottery numbers. No pieces of taillight. No. I found a man's wedding ring in a drop ceiling. Sweet. Made by convicts in a state prison. It is a collector item from 1950. It goes way back. Which prison was that made at? Whichever prison in New Jersey was making license plates in the 1950s. Oh, some broken HDMI cables. That would be great. We could do that. Penny from this year. It's a New Jersey plate with a VT lettering. So It's tricky. It looks like Vermont, but if you look at the top, it's got NJ 50. I think it's New Jersey 50. So pretty cool. Green chili chicken enchilada recipe or Mrs. R.A.'s cinnamon roll recipe. Leave one of every type of cable you have in your bin. Some of the cables I have are $100+. Like the 100-foot directional fiber HDMI stuff. That was not cheap. It's commercial grade. Most HDMI cables, you only want to run about 35 feet before you have signal degradation. So fiber HDMI, 100 feet. To get it to work, it only goes one way. It only sends data one direction. I think I'll put a sticker back there. We'll put a Recovery Addict sticker. Yeah, I've got a lot of short HDMI cables. Some as short as about 8 inches, which are quite useful. Bottle of Deer Park water, some Mountain Dew. I'm hearing CNC Music Factory in the other room, which means Mrs. R.A. is doing some exercise. Everybody dance now. Leave a USB in the wall with the current local history gossip and your doll with a copy of one of your live streams. Jar of pickles. Spicy maple bourbons. VT is the county code. What county is that in New Jersey? Is there a Vermont County, New Jersey? I did find razor blades behind the medicine cabinet. Yes. I found an old razor, even. Like the type that uses razor blades. I hadn't even thought about putting insulation in the wall. I should probably put insulation in the wall. The reason why I haven't thought about putting insulation in the wall is because we're building the wall within the existing wall. So it's the outside wall is insulated, and then we have a inside wall. Okay, I'm waiting for the judge to come back and make this ruling. I think we've had our 15 minutes of break. Treated myself to a new network cable. I crimped one myself about 10 years ago, and it disconnects if you sneeze within 2 miles of it. I thought it was time to upgrade. I also got myself some new Cat, I think it's like Cat 6, Cat 7, Cat 8. I don't know what it is, but it's really nice. It's shielded, and it's 50 feet long. And I use it to power my PTZ camera with power over Ethernet connections. I might put an original piece of poetry in there. Not AI stuff, something I actually wrote. That's crazy. VT was from Morris County. It's an old lettering system. There you go. Morris County. Is that like Morristown in Morris County? New Jersey? DMB, I've run a cable, internet cable, and it's actually outside, laying next to the house. It's run from my studio, or the wall outside my studio, all the way into the Airbnb and into the utility room there. The only thing I haven't done is drill the hole in the wall to run the cable into the house here, so I can hardwire connect to the internet to a router. So instead they're using Wi-Fi from inside my house. VA through VZ was Morris County. I haven't pushed it through because the hole I want to drill is too small to fit the connector. So I'll have to cut it and recrimp it, but it's one of those shielded ones and it's a pain in the butt to crimp. Yannetti looked mad when he left. I do wonder why he left. Possibly he has other engagements where he needs to do stuff, but more likely than not, the issues that he was going to argue had been taken care of. I just never got around to making the grunt sound effect. You know, BM, now that you mention it, the bathroom is going to be right next to my studio here. I think I'm going to insulate the walls. I tried to get this as painful yesterday. It was not a really clear recording. It's not. His audio is clipping too badly. His mic was in a bad position. I could go back and see if I can clean it up. I listened to it once and didn't like it, but. Let's see. Yesterday's. Gonna listen really quickly. That's not it.
Well, we got to first text me because we got to get him in about a. I know he's speaking in the afternoon. Here's what I'm doing. Call him, Mr.
Okay, sorry.
Put it back in session. You may be
Judge is back. Can't edit video.
All right, so the first thing I viewed the clip. Is this only 15 seconds? Did I see everything you intend to use?
I expect that's only 15 seconds.
Okay. Was there any objection to what you saw?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
I would say that's only the audio. There's a visual that goes with it, but because it comes from a broadcast, we have to copy it differently.
Okay.
That's the audio, but there will be the visual with it that was aired.
Okay. I was able to see the video.
Super.
Okay. All right. Were you as well, Ms. Little?
Yes, we were able to see the video, and we have no objection. And I did also provide, there's only a single photograph we intend to display. It will be an admitted exhibit. I provided a copy to counsel. I will also send that to the court as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll hear you on this motion. Ms. Little, I'll hear your response to the Commonwealth's motion.
So during the break, we had an opportunity to discuss this issue with the Commonwealth.
Okay.
I believe we are in agreement on most of the issues.
Okay.
They have agreed that we are allowed to bring in the sustained findings as they relate to Trooper Proctor, Trooper Buchnick, Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Okay.
The only issue that we need to work out, Your Honor, is with regard to Kevin Albert. And so we will continue to discuss that. I'm not as concerned in terms of timing with that particular issue.
Okay.
If the court will give us, another day or two to discuss with the Commonwealth, if there's a remaining issue, we can address that promptly with the court.
Okay. Can we address, is it something you need for your opening?
It's not.
Okay, all right. So yes, we'll address it sometime next Tuesday or Wednesday. Take your time in working it out, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, so now is the only thing left the motion that Mr. Bradle's here for?
As far as I know.
Okay,
That's
all right.
Ayden.
Morning, Mr. Bradle.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay.
Regarding Mr. Albert, that's possession or use of alcohol infraction.
Jim, you have that. All right, I probably have it here too. I have one, Jim, thanks.
Is this Mr. Carney's
All right, I will
lawyer?
hear you. Let me just ask, Commonwealth, you're moving to, sorry, you stay right there, Mr. Bradle. Mr. Brennan, you're asking for sequestration on all the witnesses other than the ones that have already been decided, right?
I'm not sure I understand.
So there was already an order on who is exempt from the sequestration order, family members. We discussed, and there was an order on all of this.
Yes.
Are you asking that Ayden Kearney be sequestered?
I am. He's a named witness.
Okay. Does the Commonwealth intend to call him in your case in chief?
It depends on the development of the case. There are two issues that are important. The one in case in chief is whether or not there's any development of third-party culprit. If there is, Mr. Kearney becomes a more important witness, and we'll have to assess that as the case progresses. The other is rebuttal. If the defense calls the defendant to the stand, then it is a strong likelihood that we would call Mr. Kearney.
Okay.
Those are two things that I can't anticipate at this time.
Okay. All right, now I'll hear you, Mr. Bradle.
All right, thank you very much, Your Honor. Judge, we don't have an offer of proof. I'll try to argue in the interest of time, and I think I know where the court's going with this, based on the prosecutor's statements and the context. So with that understanding, Judge, I would just start by saying that, there's really no reason to beat around the bush here, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is not going to call my client, Mr. Carney, who for the record is in the second row here today.
Can I just ask, if he were to call your client, would he take the fifth?
Yes, Judge, and I just should clarify for that.
Okay.
That is under the government's, the obviously well-established position of Norfolk County law enforcement. What we contend is a twisted interpretation of the witness intimidation statute, that seeking to contact witnesses, seeking to question people is witness intimidation.
Okay, so just focus back on...
So the answer is yes. I'm sorry. The answer is yes, Judge.
Okay. So let me hear from you on that, Mr. Brennan.
Sure. Your Honor, under the government's interpretation of this statute, Your Honor, the government is seeking to first...
No, I'm sorry. What I said was I'll hear you, Mr. Brennan. And you
I'm sorry.
But that's okay. I don't want to hear about the witness intimidation statute, other than if I don't sequester your client, I would be inclined to do just like I did before. The witnesses who are the subject of the indictments, Mr. Kearney will have to be outside the courtroom when they testify.
We anticipated that, Your Honor, and I won't say that we would agree to that, but I understand the court's position there, and I can see that would be a resolution the court might land on.
Okay. Now I'm going to let Mr. Brennan speak, and then I'll hear you again, Mr. Bradle.
Thank you.
Your Honor, you have questions?
Yes. What if he takes the fifth?
If he asserts his Fifth Amendment privilege, I think there is no realistic likelihood that we would call him. There's obviously procedures the Commonwealth could follow, but I have no belief that will happen. So I expect if he actually asserts his Fifth Amendment privilege, would no longer have a good faith basis to say that there would be a need for sequestration. I would ask the court to impose the prior limitations with named victims and also minor witnesses.
Okay.
But I would, as a predicate, he would need to assert his fifth.
Do you need that to be done formally, or do you want it to be done formally?
I do.
Mr. Bradle, do you want to do that now?
Judge, I'm happy to assert that on his behalf.
we'd reject that invitation. If he wants to assert the Fifth Amendment privilege, he can assert it.
Okay. Do you want to call him now and do that now, Mr. Bradel, or not? Do you want to talk with your client? And
7 minutes.
sure.
There's a sigh.
Why don't you know what? I'll give you more than a minute, Mr. Bradel. Can the staff work through lunch for a little bit?
Yes.
Everybody stay. All right. Mr. Bradel, why don't I give you 10 minutes to talk to him? We'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. So, new development. We have Ayden Carney's in the courtroom. His lawyer is there to handle this issue where the prosecution, the Commonwealth, would like to have everyone who's a named witness be excluded from the courtroom or being allowed to watch the court proceedings until they're called into court and testify. And then if they're released, they can watch from then going forward. Ayden's attorney shows up and says, first of all, they're not going to call him. Judge, you know this is BS. You know there's no way they're calling my client onto the stand. There's the whole, we might use him for rebuttal. No, not going to happen. He says false. And then he goes on and said, and if they did, he pleads the Fifth. Now, you cannot knowingly put a witness on the stand in front of a jury knowing they're going to plead the Fifth. That would be a mistrial. And so them knowing this is a trump card. They cannot, the state, he had to get up and say, knowing that he's going to plead the Fifth, I would have no good faith basis to say, yes, I intend to call him because I can't. And so he's doing the last thing he can. And he's saying, I won't accept his lawyer's assertion that he would plead the Fifth. I want him to do it himself. This is petty. This is petty. Of course, we're probably going to see Turtle Boy on the stand here really quickly as a witness. Under oath, do you swear to tell the truth? Yes, I do. Will you answer questions? I plead the Fifth. On advice of my counsel, I plead the Fifth. Done. And now that means he's back in court. The judge said she's inclined to do the same rules we had last time with those few witnesses, those targeted witnesses where these allegations about witness tampering are involved. He would not be allowed to be there while they're testifying, and then he would just be allowed to cover it anyway. So him not accepting the lawyer's offer of proof or the lawyer's assertion, that's lame. It's petty. It is petty. Okay, we got Amber on the phone. 1 second. Hey, Amber.
Hey.
How's it going?
How is everybody?
Doing good. Thanks for your work on all the research with the paperwork you sent me today.
Oh, absolutely. I kind of want to set some ground rules for chat. I understand that there are some other channels that have nicknames for people related to court. That's not what we're going to do here. They're not necessarily nice names, so they will get removed. Let's also not be disparagingly talking about other creators. Whether you like them, don't like them, that's your prerogative, but we don't need to badmouth other creators in chat.
This is why I have the best mods. Thank you. I wasn't even paying attention to chat. You catching that? That's great. If they're repeat offenses, we're going to time you out. This is basically how it goes. It might be fun to get something up there, but you might spend the day being muted. Or longer.
And if the spanky comments keep going, I'm going to time you out for the rest of the day.
So there we go. That's something we. Sorry, they keep making noise every time I try to talk. That's something we've tried to do consistently throughout court. We do respect the court process, and we have respect for people who participate in it, both willingly and not. So please be respectful there.
Thanks. I'll get off my soapbox now. Have a good day.
Yep. Bye. I did tell Amber yesterday that I'm giving them liberal ability to enforce that. They don't have to run it past me if there's a problem, just to take care of it. Because on days where we have courts like this that are, I'll be honest, this trial is very divisive, and it doesn't take a genius to be able to see that. There are some strong opinions on both sides, and that's great. I like that. I think we can share that, but I think we need to share that in a way as we're sharing our opinions, how we look at the evidence, what convinced us one way or the other. Name calling doesn't help the conversation at all, and it just escalates things. So you might be funny and call somebody a name, and then the next person, responds and carries it a little step further, and pretty soon we're throwing rocks at each other, and that escalated quickly. So, it's easy. Just be respectful. That's great. Yeah, but just share respectfully. That's all we ask. We have just a moment here. I just checked in to find Scott watching his fan. That's the Canton only fan. I think it's the only. They might have two fans actually in the courtroom. Little motion there. Maybe the fan's just shaking. All right. Fandemonium, the fan. If we express our opinions, we won't get timed out, as long as you do it respectfully. And if the mods ask you to drop a conversation with somebody, you might find somebody that they really want to discuss something with back and forth. If the conversation isn't helping, it's distracting from chat, even though it's relevant, we might ask you just to let it drop. If you're just going back and forth. But generally we stay respectful, and it helps everybody. All right. Just hooked up a wire harness for my hitch. Very proud of myself. Good job, Anthony. Well, that's one way to get banned on the channel. You guys didn't see it. Mods took care of it. Amber, that was step 1. You need to do step 2 now. And there it goes. All right. You get to make a new account. That's awesome. Occasionally we get somebody who thinks they're funny by putting a comment in chat, and what they don't realize is only the mods see it. We have the best list of words ever. About 180, I think, by last count. 180 words that will cause your comment to be triggered and filtered out. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? You want to talk?
I have no idea what's going on here. Sounds like you're all in trouble. Go to time out, all of you. But I have to leave in a minute, and so I'm like...
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going to go help people move.
Okay.
But I wanted to check in really quickly and just ask, what's happening? What happened this morning?
This is the last motion hearing where they're hammering out all the details of what testimony is going to be allowed in the Karen Reed trial, what experts will be allowed in, what opinions they're going to be allowed to share, how soon things have to be given to the other people. It's the last chance to really say, but Judge, they did it first. And we've had a little bit of that. I think we're coming back to court right now, though. The fan is, or the fan's lifting off, one of the two. The ceiling might be going up.
And that's the end of court.
The things like the defense wants to bring in the post, what do they call it? Not a conviction, but the police officers who are reprimanded formally. That's a public document.
Correct.
And they want to bring in the details of that because some of them literally were about this case.
Right.
And so they've got 3 or 4 officers where they say, we'd like to bring that in. 3 of them they agree on. 1 they're still fighting over.
Which one? The main one?
Mr. Albert.
The
one they allowed in the one that has to do with the text messages that were inappropriate about Karen. They've agreed on that can come in. The one they're fighting over is Albert, and it involves alcohol, inappropriate use of alcohol, either on company time, like getting
inappropriate use of alcohol in this case?
Like you're not supposed to drive drunk in the police car. I think that's one of the rules.
That's one of them.
So
we're going to ignore the rest of them.
They're hammering those details out. Right now, they're also working on the issue with Turtle Boy, who is in the courtroom right now. He has been listed as a witness. They listed the witnesses alphabetically by first name. I don't know who does that.
You do that in your phone.
Maybe I do that. But But he was the first witness, and so he would be excluded from trial. So there's a motion now. His lawyer is arguing that he should be allowed into trial and be excluded from the exclusion list, so he'd be allowed to watch. Otherwise, he'd be kept out of trial. Yeah,
This is kind of what's happening in Lori Vallow.
He is, in fact, a reporter, and this
Right.
is like his livelihood.
Right.
But they said,
But if he's
we
a
might
witness-
call him. And his lawyer said, there's no way you're calling my client. It's BS.
Who's saying they're going to call him?
The Commonwealth. Like, you are not putting my client on the stand.
Because he thinks that it would be bad for the state.
There's no reason to. Like, relevance
Yeah, I don't
of
know
nothing
the
else. They
story.
say, well, it might be if Karen Reed testifies, we'll bring him up as rebuttal. I'm like,
They're
no.
trying to keep him out.
And they said, if you do call him, he's going to plead the fifth. And as soon as they said that, the
Then they
state has to say,
can't.
then we have no good faith of saying we're going to call him then, because we cannot put him up to plead the fifth. So his lawyer, the judge says to Turtle Boy's lawyer, will he plead? Yeah, he can. Will he plead the fifth? And his lawyer says yes. Will you accept that? This Commonwealth says no, we won't.
I thought
if he wants to
legally
plead
they
the
had
fifth,
to.
he has to get up there and do it himself. He's 10 feet away. So now the lawyer's going to talk to Ayden. Ayden's going to get up on the stand. He's going to say, yes, if you call me, I'll plead the fifth based on legal advice of counsel. And then it's done. And then he's off, and he'll be able to cover it using the same guidelines that he had last time, which were he had to be gone for the couple people that were involved in his particular case with witness tampering allegations.
Gotcha.
So that's what's happening here. And
So this case has leaked out and grown and become, it is encompassing much more this time around than it was last time. Are you leaning away from me?
I was trying to see. You're behind my head. So you're right there. It's grown a little bit. It's changed. There are new opinions. There's new.
Do you mean that people have changed their opinions?
No, they've done more work. So ARCA is now, as of March, the defense.
ARCA, that's the guy who created the cannon.
The cannon dude that gets to shoot cannons for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what all my kids want to do.
reports.
They're like, is that a possibility when I grow up?
They've got some stuff that might come in the next few days, and the state is livid because they're like, this is trial by ambush. The court will have begun, and then I've already given my opening statement, and then experts giving their opinion in the middle of trial.
Okay.
And the defense is saying, we only got permission to contact them March 26th. Weeks ago.
I need you to back up because I've heard this phrase a lot recently, trial by ambush. Sounds cool. What is it?
Basically surprising the other side with facts that they didn't know until that moment.
Matlock.
Yeah. It's not a thing in court.
It's so much fun to watch, though.
It's not a thing. But anyway, so
hang on, let me think that through. So they're saying you're not allowed to call the ARCA guy because we just found out about him?
Well, they're saying you're not allowed to use any additional opinions from the ARCA guys other than what we already had from the last trial because it's too late.
So wait a minute. So if ARCA or anybody has changed their opinion due to more information, they're saying too bad, so sad.
That's what they want, but I don't think they'll get that. I realize it is late, but the judge saying yes, you can use them. Go ahead. They file the notice. They get the approval to go ahead and use ARCA. They've expended some money, right, to put this out, and now she says, but I won't let you use their evidence. It's like this for an expert witness. This is lightning fast turnaround, lightning fast.
So this is defense who wants ARCA, right?
Defense wants ARCA,
and so prosecution says we don't want ARCA because, therefore, defense.
Well, ARCA was not good for Commonwealth in the first trial.
Right.
They're the ones who said there's no way this could happen. Car hitting him. It does not. The math does not math there.
Right.
So.
And all of us are like, we trust you because we don't like math.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
No one else to blame but ARCA but the judge about ARCA. She's the one that waited on the ruling to give defense permission to contact them until March 26th, which they did immediately as soon as they had it. So, physics be physicsing. All right, couple minutes here. We're going to come back. We're going to have Ayden's lawyer either say yes, he will, or he'll wait until he's called and to make the decision then. I don't know. Ayden wants to cover this. Okay. He wants to cover this. He wants the ability to cover it and live tweet and live stream and be in the courtroom and watch what's happening and make his comments and everything else. He wants to be able to do that and have videos. He does not want to get cut off from this. So I think he has to assert his fifth right now today.
So remind me again, why is he able to claim the fifth and other people can't? What gets him in that category of I can claim the fifth?
Well, they'll probably ask him something about witness tampering, which is a crime. And he can plead the fifth so as to not give anything that might incriminate him.
Because it's not his court case?
Yeah, he has nothing to do with he didn't. I don't think he even knew who Karen Reed was, or any of the officers were when this started.
Right. I'm thinking constitutionally, who can claim the fifth and who can't. So if
Anyone
this was actually
anyone who has to testify, and if they give testimony, it could be used against them.
So Karen Reed, if she was testifying in this case that's against her, and they asked her questions that would show that she's wrong, she can't claim the fifth on that.
Well, that's very different because she's the defendant, and they can't call the defendant. She has the right not to testify.
Right.
So this is a subpoenaed witness who would claim the fifth. So she gets to choose. You can't get up there and say I claim the fifth about some things, but not about others.
Right.
It's an all or nothing deal. Unless you limit the questioning to an area where, and we saw this almost happen in Crumbly's case, where we had the shooter. They wanted to call the shooter to the stand, and the judge is like, nope, because he's going to plead the fifth. And they're like, we think we can question him on things where he doesn't have the right to claim the fifth, where there would be nothing incriminating. The judge could rule it's not incriminating. You have to answer. So
you cannot put somebody on the stand that you know is going to claim the fifth.
Right.
Why is that? What horrible... Oh, just because the jury is like, oh, that's the thing that you claim when you're guilty.
Yeah, the inference.
Okay.
Inference?
Did you say inference?
Inference.
Oh, okay.
Inference.
Okay. So
inference.
Yes, inference. So this was a long time ago. It was before I was born, but I just remember in the Watergate how they were interviewing everybody.
I like how you chose a non-political case.
Yeah, sorry. But I just remember him saying, I claim the fifth, I claim the fifth, I claim the fifth, I claim the fifth, over and over and over and over again to each question, I claim the fifth. What happened there? They knew he was going to claim the fifth. And I mean, maybe you don't know. I don't know. I'm just thinking of that. I'm like, wait, but that was different.
Yeah, I wasn't around for that one. I can't answer. I could claim the fifth. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to research that because I think it's been a rule that has developed over time.
Could be. Yeah, it is interesting as I read about past.
And it also might have been, was Watergate with a jury or was that a bench trial?
No, that was.
Okay, so that might be a difference.
That was the Senate was hearing it.
Okay, so that would be a very different situation, I think.
You're making that up.
No.
I think it is different. I just don't know why.
I think it's very different to have a lay jury as opposed to members of Congress or, where you're compelled to show up. I mean, you can't be like, no to Congress.
That's true. Okay, so that's all that's happened today, yes?
That's most of it.
Claiming the fifth. I know. My kids tried to use it. I'm like, no, this is not a court of law.
Have you cleaned your room? I plead the fifth.
That's not how this works.
All right.
You are unmuted.
We're back.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. Mr. Brennan, do you agree that Mr. Kearney has a Fifth Amendment right?
I think he has a Fifth Amendment privilege. I don't know that he has a Fifth Amendment privilege to all questions we would ask, but the content that we would go into, I think he clearly would have a Fifth Amendment privilege.
All right, so you're not asking for a Lumen Martin hearing?
I'm not. I think I necessarily would have to delve into issues regarding his open indictments against a number of different victims.
Okay.
And I think there's other information that I can't discuss for other reasons because of court orders.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Judge, I would suggest that the court could take judicial notice of the 16 indictments against him.
So the Commonwealth concedes, and I believe there's a valid Fifth Amendment right. So
I ask that you just allow me to make the representation. on behalf of Mr. Carney that he would, in fact, invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege. Commonwealth agrees to it. I ask that you just allow me to make the representation and leave it there.
Oh, sure. Is there any objection for everybody hearing this?
There is. I would like Mr. Kearney to consider his fifth.
I thought you wanted a basis. No, I'm going to see Mr. Kearney here at sidebar with just you, Mr. Bradel. And all recording devices are off.
Thank you.
FTR goes to sealed, Tori and Chrissy.
It just got really quiet in the courtroom. Really quiet. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. The judge is not giving the Commonwealth what they wanted. Mr. Brennan wanted the video of him on the stand saying, "I plead the fifth." They wanted that. And the judge is like, no, that's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. We're instead just going to do a little sidebar and bring him up here. Turtle Boy is Mr. Carney. His lawyer is the one who was at the lectern, and Mr. Brennan was standing at the state's table in front by the judge. Where did Mr. Unit? He might be done for the day.
Tori, Jim.
Yes.
Just that quick. It's done.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, I've just had a colloquy with Mr. Carney, with his lawyer present, obviously. I find, and the Commonwealth concedes, that he does have a valid Fifth Amendment right. I find that there's a valid basis for him to invoke that Fifth Amendment privilege, and I find that if he were called to testify, he would in fact invoke that Fifth Amendment privilege. So based on that, he will be exempt from the sequestration order, except as to, and I need a list of the named witnesses who are the alleged victims in the current indictments.
I accept those findings. We'll provide the court with a list of the named victims. We also would like to have the court consider the two minors in that list.
Oh, yes, I think I did that last time as well.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, so is that it for today?
Judge, if I may, just for the record, maintain the same objection I had at the last trial. Don't need to make any further commentary on it, just in case there's any further action, which I don't anticipate right now.
Okay.
But just for the record, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're all set until Tuesday, I believe. I'll get orders out. Oh, stipulations were just given to me. I have not had a chance to read them. All right, this looks like you all made some progress in a way that where the jury will be happy that you've cut down the amount of time that they may be here otherwise. Okay. Anything else today?
The only thing I would ask the court to consider is with regard to the speaker, the reader issue.
Oh, okay.
If the Commonwealth intends to go forward with that, I would ask that that be put in a formal motion so we have something to respond to. I think research on that is in order.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Doesn't have to be lengthy.
And it is something that we've done.
Right. Understood. I would like to see I'm going to have to look at what the law in Massachusetts is concerning that and what the sort of parameters are.
Okay.
I just think because of the potential prejudicial effect on Ms. Reed, I'd like to have something in writing. That's all.
One last side there.
It is in the extrajudicial motion. If there's something separate the court wants briefed, we're happy to do it, but it's already in the motion that we provided regarding extrajudicial statements.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you Tuesday.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
All rise. All rise. All right. That gets us ready for Tuesday. We made it all the way through all the rulings, or most of them. There were a couple things are going to be announced tomorrow. I think we have to take our counter. We are actually taking the counter up to 21 on the sirens. What happened with the buffer zone fight? That's a separate thing. The judge's order still stands at this point. She's being sued, but I don't believe the order has been changed at all. So Brennan did not get many wins. He did not. And I like it. I am willing to give Judge Cannoni, who who, you know, we like to not like what she does, but I'm willing to give her a fair shot at this one, and I think she's started on the right foot here. So that'll be great. Be great to see. We are now going to go to lunch, though. It is after 1 o'clock. I have a chicken salad sandwich on a croissant waiting for me, a butter croissant, and I'm not sure if it's healthy, but it sure is good. So we're gonna do that, and then when we come back, we'll either jump to Lori Vallow, who is nearing the end of the state's case. Yannetti just left. I think he probably had something else, or he might have just gone and sat in the back room. I mean, sat in the back row because they moved Miss George up to the table next to Karen instead. So he might have had something else, another client or something, a court appearance that he had to go to. It's no big deal. No big deal. Alessi's there. Just ate a whole personal pie from a wood-fired food truck. No regrets, says Carrot Bringer. Make me feel not so bad about my my croissant. Just had a cheese stick. Great time to go to the store. DoorDash should be here in 3 minutes. Hope it's good. Hope they don't eat it. And Eddie had another hearing for another client in a different courthouse. That makes sense. Thank you, Amber, for that one. I hope you guys all get some lunch. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again after lunch. Give us an hour. We'll be back. I think we're going to jump to Lori Vallow just for a partial day. We'll do the same thing we did yesterday. Because it's so late, I need my beauty rest. I can't stay up until her trial's over and like midnight, whenever it ends. So we'll probably portal back over to Trial TV Live or one of our other great content creator friends who are covering that. We can portal to this afternoon. I don't have a portal ready. That's the fact of the matter. So we won't, no portal today. We'll have to just make the jump. Ring the bell, click the subscribe button. You'll be notified when we go live. Hopefully. You guys have a good one. We'll get some lunch. See you later. Bye-bye.
In front of the Walmart.